Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Royal Nations Cup. My name is Quantum Deathcat, here with Takeo. I'm pointing to the wrong side. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great today. I'm just really excited. Last year was amazing, and I'm just excited for what we're going to have today.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I remember doing a nice little cup here for Royale in the past, and so doing another one is going to be very, very fun. Honestly, one of the most fun game modes that we have, though I will say the Capture the Flag is pretty fun in its own right, but I will say that Royale, obviously being the official game mode, has a little bit more success.
Just a little bit.
Just a bit.
So today, I believe that we have all the teams ready and prepared.
We should, hopefully.
They are joining the server now. But yeah, here we have all of our teams for their countries. As you can see, we have our substitutes highlighted in red underneath, and the three above are the main ones for the event. The subs are there just in case somebody has to drop out or they just maybe disconnect and try and get everything back up and running pretty quick.
Sounds about right. So, which team do you expect to be really a threat here? Because last time it was Team World, if I recall, that won the entire tournament. Australia was not that bad either in its own right. And, I mean, looking at all the other teams here, I'd say the US is looking pretty strong, as well as the Netherlands.
So last year we did have Team World take the victory, with Germany in second, USA in third, and France coming in fourth. This year, coming from me, my predictions are looking a little like Germany in first, with World coming second, France in third again. But fourth, USA and Netherlands are both really strong, so I'm kind of looking forward to see who may take that spot.
Now, are there any teams who you think could bring up a surprise? Maybe a surprise from the Australians here with Winky, Chriso, and Moonub?
Definitely, I have Australia on my radar as somebody to watch for during this. As well with them, I do have Brazil, who last year went out in the quarterfinals, but this year I think they could go a little bit further, as well as Team Hungary, who went out in the group stage last year. I'm kind of looking forward to those two teams seeing what they may pull off this year.
Well, Brazilians are well known here on Fast Point. Of course, they've played a lot of Fast Point tournaments, right? Raptor and Radiaxo played a lot, so they're playing in Royale as well. Not very surprising, because obviously you can see a lot of players just enjoying playing stuff on the side. Obviously, this is not a Fast Point event, but it is playing on Trackmania Esports, so obviously we need to bring that up from time to time. So that's done with the teams. What else should we talk about now? Because, of course, there is so much more to let the people know about.
We can go through the format for how the whole event is going to be looking this year.
Good idea. So let's go to that, if you can, please, Deployer. We'll see how the group stage and just the format in general will be played here. As there we go. It's going to come up on screen real soon. We'll have 4 different rounds with 4 different groups, if it seems. No. It's 4 different rounds altogether with all 16 teams going to play, and then there will be 4... Oh, no. Is it 4 different groups first,
yes,
and then 4 different rounds?
There are 4 rounds, and all 16 teams are going to be playing in them, but they're only competing against the other 4 in their group. So based off of their total points, with first place giving you 16, all the way down to 16th place giving you a single point, you will get the total points from the 4 rounds, and the top 2 move on into the quarterfinal.
Now, when I look down at Group C, right, you talked about how Hungary got eliminated in the group stage last time around. Chile, France, Hungary, Poland, that's looking like a very tight group there, with France very likely the top runner for most people. Do you expect Hungary to take over this group?
I'm really looking at them coming in second here. I feel like they have shown a lot more improvement and a lot more practice for this, and I feel like they could take the second spot here in Team C.
All right. Let's go back up to Group A then. Australia, Netherlands, Slovakia, Spain. Especially for the Slovaks and the Spaniards, Could this be Spain without the S here for those two countries?
I mean, from what I've seen from some of the qualifiers, I would believe that the Spain will be a little more pain, but anything could happen. I believe Australia and Netherlands will be taking it, but we're gonna have to see because some of these are gonna be a lot closer than I feel.
Group B: Brazil, Canada, Czechia, Germany. We talked about Germany already. Your favorites to win this one, obviously, with some well-known names in there, such as Marius. That won't be too much of a surprise, but Brazil, Canada, Czechia. These three teams could make a fight. I'm guessing Czechia more so than Canada, though.
Oh, see, I was honestly feeling like Canada and Brazil were going to be fighting for second here, honestly.
All right, all right. I watched the qualifiers, that's why. Of course, I should be homing for my own team, right? But I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating Czechia and Brazil here, but I just feel like watching the qualifier, I was a bit shocked. Judging by what happened last time Royal Nations Cup was played, right? So for me, Canada just doesn't look that strong. I hope they are, though. I hope they make it through, you know? I have that little hope in me. And obviously, I hope that the Canadians do as well. And then the last group, we had Team World and Team USA in there. Those should be the two that go through, correct?
I believe so. Norway and Russia, I'm not really sure who I would take as third out of those two, but I'm feeling Norway. I feel like they might be able to take third and just possibly beat out the US, but the US is looking pretty strong this year.
Yeah, the US is looking very strong, I would like to say. So, Team World, once again, just a mix of from every country, is it not? Is it the same team as last time? I don't think it is, right?
Last time for Team World, let me check real quick just to make sure. I believe that we were looking at it was Baupro, Naive, and Kelv that were there.
Yes, that's right.
And so Kelv and Naive are not on Team World this time.
Still a strong team nonetheless, though. So, with all that being said, we are 3 minutes away from start, and we've pretty much shown everyone off here. How did the qualifiers look for some of these countries? Did you watch some of them?
I was watching through some of them, and a lot of the qualifiers had some very good close rounds. It's going to be a lot different from what we see today because qualifiers, you're by yourself. You can't really risk as much as you wanted to make it in, but today you have three-man teams, so people are going to be... There's probably going to be one person from each team giving the full send line or maybe a cut line on a couple of the maps. But there's going to be a lot more points scored here.
I think there's going to be a lot more going and risking it for the biscuit, right? But hopefully they don't risk too much and gain too little from going for these risks. Anything else that we can talk about before this game starts up here?
So during the competition, there was a whole mapping competition going on. We had 9 maps voted on by the community from the royal pool that we picked for the qualifiers, and then we had the 10th map coming from this mapping competition. And we did have 12 total maps submitted, and it was a week long for people to vote on what they liked, give them all a test to see how they played. And in the end, we had Project Plastic by Clover coming out on top with an average rating of 3.9. Right below that, we had Rafters map with a 3.8, and Yanman had a 3.5. It was very close with those top 3.
So a lot of maps that people liked, but of course Clover seems to have just nailed it with that last entry to get it into the for the round out of the 10 maps that we'll be playing. What are the names of the other 9 maps that we'll see in this competition then?
So the other 9 maps that we are going to be looking at, give me 1 second.
Oh man, my questions are too good for you. You're ill-prepared.
I mean, I have it there. I just had to pull it up real quick. We're looking at Hole in One, What's Up, Freewheelin', Colored Pipes, A Royal of Dirt and Ice, Dirt Shift, Jump, 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 Bouncy Puddles, and Do a 360.
All right, well, let's go down to the track now. If if we can. Or should we go to the video first?
I believe
Oh
that
yes,
we have
that's right.
the
There is
mapping
a video
competition
first.
video to show.
Yes, I think we should throw it into that and then go into the match. So that's Clover's map there, and what do you think about it, Teiko? Because obviously you've played it a bit. Do you think this is good for our competition here for Royal Nations Cup?
I mean, it kind of just embodies the royal spirit kind of from like the early days. We had a lot of plastic platforming maps, and this map does it justice. It's a lot of fun. The sections going near the end, like black and red, have a little bit of risk you can do trying to keep more speed, but I think that it was a great vote for this mapping competition.
It does look gorgeous as well, right? And with all the low clovers everywhere, I think the mapper put their put their insignia just about everywhere, right? With their fingerprints all over the map, showing absolutely beautifully. Looks like just an awesome map, not just to drive, but also to spectate. And hopefully, it's going to be a show worth watching for everyone here who does want to watch.
Oh, I can promise you that there's so many maps I'm looking forward to that are going to have a lot of close races. I'd say Dirt Shift is one of them. Project Plastic, of course.
Yeah.
Colored Pipes is going to be very close, as well as Jump, 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 and Freewheeling. Because Freewheeling's our engine off map for the competition, so it's kind of hard to find places where you can gain time on teams, except you kind of just got to hope that they don't keep as much traction and lose a little more speed so you can catch up.
Well, the more you risk, the more you, risk losing your time, right? Of course, the more you risk, you'll get more ahead, but as well, the more chances that you'll mess up, and you'll find yourself out into the water, which is often the hazard in Royal. So let's see what happens here. Are we ready to get set to get going here for this competition? Well, I think we're missing a couple players, actually. So let's fill out some time. What else can we talk about here before we get going?
We could just go over a little bit how the next stages in the competition are going to go.
Good idea.
So the group stage teams are going to be kind of split up into a bracket after it. with like Group A, Team 1 is going to face off against Group B, Team 2, and Group B, Team 2 is going to face off, or Group B, Team 1 is going to face off against Group A, Team 2. And so in that bracket, there's going to be 10 maps. We're going to play each map once, with you just trying to beat the other team. And then top team from each match goes on to the semifinal, where we play 5 maps each. And the winner of those 2 matches will go to the final, and the losers will go to the consolation finals.
And of course, if we didn't make it clear enough, right, the group stage, top 2 of each group goes through, right? So
correct.
We are expecting maybe an upset or 2, of course, because, I mean, if you mess up once, right, it's not just one team that's going to pass through, it's going to be multiple, right?
Yeah, you can have multiple pass through. It's very easy to just kind of mess up one round, go out a little early, and just not give yourself the best start.
Especially on a map where the black section is easy enough that you can do it regularly, right? Just messing it up once could allow you to go from first to fourth very, very easily and not be able to recover at all.
It's going to be very close here in the end, because I know many of these teams have been practicing for the past 2-3 weeks. It's going to be exciting to see how consistent they can stay, because with people trying to get cuts, you'll see a bunch of teams shifting up and down as we go.
Mm-hmm. And so, still waiting on one player here. What else could we talk about possibly other than prediction time? Oh, I love prediction time. Don't you love to predict in your little head what's going to happen, right? So, you tell me what 8 teams make it through to the group stage, and then who goes where up until the grand final. I want to hear it from you.
My votes, starting with Group A, I think I'm going to have to put Netherlands as the first, Australia as the second.
Right.
We're gonna have Germany first in Group B, and I'm gonna go with Brazil. I'm gonna go with Brazil beating out Team Canada for Group B.
All right. I hope to see Team Canada. No, I don't. Trust me, I don't. But hopefully you are right that the fact that they're now a team rather than just soloing it will prove to be more fruitful than what I saw during the qualifier.
I believe it will, because you always have somebody that can back you up pretty much. So moving on to Group C, France is going to be first, and I'm gonna back Hungary as my sort of underdog pick. I think they're going to make it second in Group C.
And then Group D, quickly, we'll be through.
World Mix first, and I'm going with US as second.
All right, let's go to the video, and then we'll watch the match go live. Germany, who were touted as the best, have lost to the world! Ladies and gentlemen, into the match we will go now. No more Keck wait sitting for these players. Will the world take it over once again? Let us see, let us see. I want to go down into the match now. I can't wait anymore. I can't wait any longer. We're behind by like 10 minutes here. My Royale fix has been thirsty for quite a while now, ever since I did that first tournament. I loved it. And now we're back. We'll go into the match here. Map number 1 of round number 1 will have 4 different rounds, correct?
Correct.
And so yes, go ahead.
We'll be playing through each map twice throughout these rounds.
Right.
That's all I had.
So, we're going to be playing each map twice because, of course, 4 rounds of Royale means that you're going to be playing 5 maps, and then there are only 10 maps, so 4 rounds times 4, that's 20. There you go. That is your answer. So, BoPro will start us off very, very nicely for Team World. Obviously, the teams don't exactly correspond with their animal that they've chosen, right? So you just got to remember which animal is which country, and you'll be set to go here. As most teams are really good here, except for Polar Bear and Peafowl, my bad, who doing pretty decently, all things considered here, as Dolphin and Crocodile Macaws are through, and everyone else following suit here. No one's really separated by that much, right? A couple of seconds. Could be caught up with just one mistake.
And so while we're still near kind of the start of the round, I just wanted to add in for this map. This was the first community-made map that we had added to the Royal Pool. So it's nice to see it added into our competition here from everyone voting.
I'm not surprised either, right? I think that value of community is very important for a lot of players. And so seeing that this map was made by community members, you wanted to see this map coming through if you were most of the Royale community, right? So let's see what team is what country, right? So Dolphin is the USA, so keep that in mind. I'll write that one down. We have Poland, who are monkeys. That's very nice to know. As we can see here, Adrian doing a nice little 360 there to try and keep that one alive, just could not get it through. And although the monkeys are looking very, very strong right now, as Polar Bears can't even finish. Oh, there you go. They just finished blue and now are on to red. And the monkeys will stay alive for the time being. Down to Giraffe, who is Norway at this point in time. They are on the cusp. They are on orange, and they need to stay ahead of Butterfly, who they're ahead of by 11 seconds. And in fact, they move ahead of Rabbit. So that is perfectly fine for them. They'll stay alive, as this one's a very, very easy map when it comes to the black section to finish. And so when you don't finish a cycle, it's very, very hard on you to, well, it's very hard to, just got to make it through, and when you can't, it's completely detrimental. So that'll be it for round number 1. We'll see. Yeah, Tay. Yeah, there you go. You accidentally hitting your keys again, I guess, Tay. As yeah, that is rough for the first one. But Brazil looking strong. Germany obviously looking strong as well. The USA doing their best as well. So remembering which team is which. The Clownfish are Germany. You have Brazil being the Macaws, and then you have Dolphins being USA. I think you might have muted yourself again somehow.
I'm still here. I'm still
There
here, sorry. I'm just trying to keep up with everything, making sure my notes are here.
That's good, that's good. Well, what can you tell us about this map here?
So Jump 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 here is our second oldest community-made map added to the pool. There's a lot of like little cuts you can do, like white going off the side a little bit to just get a low jump. You can do the same on green. There is a very early cycle for blue that you would really like to get. It sets you apart probably about 2-3 seconds. That it requires a little bit of respawn abuse, which in Royal, when your teammate finishes, you can instantly respawn. This is for Super Royal rules, I'd say. But you can instantly respawn and start the next section faster than they would, because there's a slow timeout from once they finish before they can respawn. So we'll see which teams here can actually make it through that early cycle. Looks like a couple made it through, but everyone's getting stopped up there. Having about 5 teams make it through that early cycle, and that's going to just put them ahead just slight enough to keep it going through the black section.
Yeah, you can see those top 5 teams only separated by half a second, but all the other teams behind by 2, so there's going to be a lot of fighting to try and keep each other ahead as they head onto the black section here, as PFAL will get the first one, Clownfish in second, Kangaroos, who are obviously Australia, getting to the black section third. So far, so good for all those top teams, who we expect good things out of. But Giraffe, Rabbit, and Pig, who are those teams, I'm curious, who are behind by just a couple of seconds? Everyone's on black right now, so as long as they can finish. I saw here on this map that you don't want to grip as hard as possible on this last section, because you can yeet off once you lose your icy tires. As Norway are Giraffes. Monkey, if I recall, that is Poland. Who is Pig? I'd like to know, because they've not finished a black cycle yet, and that's going to be rough for them. That's Czechia.
This black cycle is a little rough with this jump through the ring here, as you can see Kennedy making it. That plastics line, it's very awkward leaving that jump, because it's very hard to see.
It is very hard to see overall, because you have to land on this black low border of plastic, right? Where you just can't really see it from afar. You gotta hope that your angle is just perfect, and Benjik showing us that it's not exactly done, right? Because of you're hoping that you hit the angle. Same thing there with Adrian, same thing there with Radiac. So you need to practice that a lot to be able to hit it, and so it just wasn't done that time around. So Czechia, Canada, and Poland fall down and will not continue playing this first round. Canada being the Rabbits. Kangaroos being obviously Australia. Crocodiles being the French. And once again, the Germans on top once again.
And now we're moving on into Freewheeling, which is our engine off map. There's a lot of risky lines that we have here. On green, there's a low jump you can get. Blue, there's some precision driving through some square cages on the map. And red, there's a clip of a wheel that can get you a lot of time, but it's very inconsistent. And then even on the black section, there's some early jumps to just save a full second almost.
So this map is all about precision, I would assume, right? With Freewheel, as Wolsal shows us, a very beautiful first white section there, and hopefully his teammates can bring us through to that second section, because obviously, as you said, right, the respawn abuse, where you have about a 1 second advantage, right? Where if you respawn right away. So, yeah, you have a 1 second advantage over your teammate who just finished the map, because obviously they can't abuse the respawn as fast as you could just when they finish. So at this point in time, we could see who are the best at doing so. Right now, it is the French and the Dutch, actually, who are in third in the Bs. Right now, you have Inteltric, who's a very good Royale player in his own right. What can you tell me about Intellectric?
I would say that he is kind of near the top with, like, Chris O of kind of the Royal community, some of the most known. He puts out a lot of great YouTube content with Royal, and we really appreciate him for that.
I've seen him stream a lot as well, right? He's one of, if not the most popular Royale streamer who just specifically does Royale, right? Mm-hmm. And is it just pure down to pure skill, or is it also a mix of just how much personality he has?
I mean, I feel like it's a good mix of both that he has. He has a great personality with it. plus the skill just makes the content even that much better.
All right, well,
going for that risky black line I was talking about early on, jumping before the signs even. It's very easy to hit that sign.
He didn't hit it per se, but he got a slow landing, didn't he? And so he was a bit slow. No, Wells is slow. Brazil, they're in last, and they're behind by a whole cycle. And that's what I said earlier, right? You respawn one cycle, and you could go from top 5 all the way down to the bottom here. And they're behind by 12 seconds just because they made one small mistake. And I think this is pretty much like they can't come back here unless mistakes are made by everyone else. And, well, there's no time left. So right now, it's the French, the Germans, and the Americans in top 3. You have the Australians in 4th. Who's in 5th there with Octopus? I don't think we've seen them yet. That is Slovakia. All right, Slovakia doing quite okay for themselves. I've seen the Octopus up in the top 5, top 10 region a lot of the times. Let's see if they can keep it going here with only 7 teams left. Can they keep it alive as the next 3 teams will be eliminated in the next map?
All right, here we're moving on to Hole in One. This is a very short map. You're kind of going back through each section over and over as you're jumping into the ring finishes that slowly get smaller as you go on. And so here we can see probably points over, I want to say 10, maybe even 12.
All right. Well, I mean, I think I've seen a couple of clips of people reacting to the tiny finish. I'm guessing for the black finish. I'm guessing is that tiny one all the way at the bottom, right?
You'd be correct. So there's a lot of
this one's
releasing.
straightforward.
Yeah, it's straightforward. There's a lot of releasing you can do on these jumps to try and get an earlier landing into the finish. As well, you can still release too much and just slightly miss. And then timing with these spinners and pistons. It's going to be very crucial when you're getting down to the final teams.
I can imagine, as you saw a couple there, hitting their heads and just getting slowed down by it, not having the speed. And yeah, you can see that Dolphin and Pifal are on the same sort of cycle. So are now Australia and World, not World, sorry, but Germany. And as we're now onto the black finish here, and that is perfect hole in one by Rulemaker. And now they're going to try again for it. Though he's not going to get it this time. He is sideways. Still going to go for it in case his teammates do mess up and miss the finish here. But he's going to miss by just a little bit. Rafter does get it in and through. But now they're in the danger zone just because of that one mistake, right? And so they lost all those positions because of how consistent this map is, despite how small this finish is. And you can see all the changes being done in this top 5 here, where, that's 4 teams now fighting for this lead, and the 3 teams at the bottom, they lost a whole cycle. In fact, the Slovaks missed 2 whole cycles, and so I don't think they can fight for this anymore. As, the USA, they mess up a cycle, and so now the French and the Australians can fight to get ahead of the US here. Let's see if it's going to happen. No, the US stay in 4th. And Team World in 1st by quite a large margin here. I don't think they can fall out now, even with all this time left. I don't think they can get relegated down to 5th, can they?
I wouldn't think so at this time. It would have to be them missing everything from now on and every other team making it.
Right, and look at Team World. They're just continuing their dominance. The USA now in 2nd, behind by 7 seconds. And you can see, like, every team's going to mess up at least once here. It's very hard to be consistent on a map that's so precise and asks so much out of you. France gets out of the bottom 3, I should say. And that is Norway, Australia, and the Slovakian teams out. Very nicely done by the French to get out of the bottom 3.
So in this next round, since we're down to a little bit less teams, there's only going to be 2 gone this next round, and then 2 gone in the final map.
So we're not going to have winner takes all 1v1v1v1 here. We're going to have a pretty much a 1v1 1v1, if that makes sense. Where there's 2 teams that make it through. Right, there's 2 teams that are going to make it through. There's 2 teams that are going to be eliminated here, right? It's not going to be a winner take all. Actually, this is map 5 out of 5.
I'm behind.
Are you okay? You want to talk about it? Am I?
I'm getting back together.
Don't worry. I'm pretty ill prepared myself. As we head on to what is our last map for this first round here. Talk to me about this map.
This one is Jump Jump Jump. It's sort of a full speed style-ish map, made by one of the Canadian players, Wanton. I don't know of too many risky lines here. Like green, there is a risky finish section. Blue here, you can get kind of a no-slide line on this big downhill they'll be coming up to in just a second. And there's just a lot of precision coming from red and black.
Yeah, I can imagine the precision to allow all this to happen. Obviously, this map allows us to go upside down a lot. I'm guessing that's the punny part of the name, right? Obviously, what's up? Obviously, whenever I get asked this question, I always say the ceiling, right? So, for me, I think this is a perfect map to illustrate that us Canadians just love our puns. I don't know how much you Americans love your puns, right? Of course, they're not necessarily bad in any sense. I just know that the Canadians mostly do love it. As Wolsow is gonna snipe first, and he's gonna get ahead of everyone onto the black section. So, good job out of Wolsow there. I think you muted yourself again.
I'm still here.
You're still here? Okay. I'm just afraid every time I'm like, okay, let me pass it off. Oh, wait, he's not here. Alright. Let me continue on. But, as we talked about earlier, right, some black sections are a lot easier than others, right, where it's going to be a lot easier to replicate it over and over again. This is one of the maps where if you mess up at all, right, your chances of winning are practically nilch, right? They're done.
Yeah, here there's not too much time you can gain from these sections. There is lines you can take where you're not drifting as much and you're keeping sort of that full speed line. But unless you mess up, it's kind of hard to get past here.
Well, let's see, because everyone's within 2 seconds of each other, right? But the French, once again, just a little bit more precise, and it's all thanks to Wolsow at the start here, going onto the first black section when he got there the first time. He's going to even get a 9th finish, and only 2 others will. And of course, Team World just behind by a 10th and a quarter, and not even a quarter, a third. But that is all she wrote for them. That's going to go towards the French here. They were on the fringes for a lot of these maps. They didn't win necessarily all of them like the Germans did, right? And they still in the end here. Very well done by the French to win the first round of the first set of maps. Obviously, we're now going to be playing in round number 2 with the other 5 set of maps, which will be... Takeo, can you take this one away?
We will be having Dirt Shift. Project Plastic will be showing up here. We'll have Bouncy Puddles, Do a 360, and a Royal of Dirt and Ice showing up.
All right. Are we going to take a small break here? I'm guessing we will. I've not been checking my messages, so if we do take a break... Alright, so we're going to take a small break here. Small intermission. Go get some water, go get some popcorn, because we still have 3 more rounds of this to go, just for the group stage alone, and then we will continue on into the main event. All right, ladies and gentlemen, excuse us for that. We had no break. We lied. We are big fat liars. Our noses are growing. We're Pinocchio, right? We thought that we were going on break. It turns out that we won't have a single break for the entirety of the group stage, it feels like. So, for the moment being, talk to us about this map, and I'll get back into the groove of things.
So this is, oh, where is it? Bouncy puddles. Here we are. So this map is a little bit of wet plastic action. A lot of neat little tricks on the red here. You can do a nice wheel clip to keep some extra speed going around the plastic. It's pretty failable map when it comes to this black section, because you have to do a few water bounces into some backwards driving, into a nice 180 to a finish where you have to bounce onto a pipe, but there's some spinners that can actually kill you here or take you out of the match. And
so it's very RNG in that sense, isn't it?
It's not too RNG with the spinners, but sometimes they can just hit you the right way and you're gone.
What about all these water bounces, right? Because obviously, water is very inconsistent when it comes to, well, water, right?
Yeah.
Just in general, the water is extremely inconsistent, as we can see Intellectric falling out into the water and having to take the slow finish to the end unless a teammate finished, which I think they did. As right now it looks like Team World, Team Germany, and Team Netherlands doing very, very good for themselves here. Obviously followed by the French in fourth. Actually make that third now, as Brazil is now in fourth, and the Netherlands actually falling down the order quite a bit here. In the bottom three, it's Flamingo Pig and Polar Bear. So that is the Hungarians. The Hungarians, could they fall out again so early on? And yeah, they're going to hit the signs. They're not going to be able to go through here. The Czechs aren't going to be going through either. And the Polar Bears? They can't even get onto the black section. That's so crippling, isn't it?
It really is. Like, messing up one cycle, it's hard to get back on with how long some of these sections are. Even bonus time can't save you from some of these.
Right. And so, obviously, some bonus time, you get an extra second for every section you clear, correct?
Correct.
For those who don't know.
It is for the first 5 sections, so on the repeats of the black section, you won't get bonus time. And then if a teammate resets, they're not going to get that bonus time from any of the earlier ones when they're trying to get that respawn abuse.
Alright. Makes sense. So, you have 5 seconds of bonus time, pretty much, correct?
Yeah, if everyone's going off of respawn as soon, like both teammates respawn as soon as the first person goes in, you're looking at 5 seconds. Some teams may have one person designated to finish and the other one to respawn abuse, so they can try and have a nice 10 seconds. But it's really kind of hard to get that full 15 and make it useful for trying to get an extra black section in a map.
Alright, well now we are on Project Plastic here, and this one's going to be very chaotic with 39 players playing. What can you tell me about this map here that you already haven't earlier on?
So, if you remember from the last Royal Nations tournament, or cup that we had Mount Everest, and this is kind of like that spiritual successor to it, with the plastic platforming, a lot of gear management. It's really just coming down to a lot of skills that you have to keep track of over each section. As you can see, Clover here getting these nice low jumps, getting the brake taps to keep him held down onto the plastic and get a beautiful finish there.
It's a very anti-Trackmania, isn't it, to brake tap so often. It's so fast-paced, right? Because at the same time, because of plastic acceleration, right, this map feels extremely fast, but you gotta brake immediately once you get going again, right? So it feels like an anti-Trackmania map in its own sense.
It really is. Like, with Trackmania, it's a lot about going as fast as you can through these sections, and a lot of times you just want to hold gas. You don't want to touch that brake because, that's less speed. But here you need to, in some points, just to make sure that you don't accidentally gear up and then gear back down, lose all your acceleration, and you're just falling off into the water.
Now, what are your thoughts on the mapper being able to play on his own map? Obviously, is there any advantage to that, or has the map been out long enough that the players have caught up to the mapper in terms of skill?
I would like to think that giving the teams a full week with this map to train, I feel like the mapper advantage can't really be a thing here, because this mapping competition went for 2 weeks before the maps were out, so they had that extra 2 weeks, but they weren't going to be just practicing their map the whole time. How would they know that it's getting in? They got to be playing every other one.
So you don't know if your own map's going to go in. You can't, and obviously, as players, right, you're not going to be playing every single map. You said 12 maps, right?
Yes.
So you can't be playing every single one for hours a day, right? You got to mix and play those who you think, oh, will probably get placed, right? Because obviously some maps are more fun than others. No, it's not fun getting eliminated, and it seems like the Canadians, the Norwegians, and the Australians are going to be out before even top 10. They can't finish the black section once.
Yeah, that black section is very difficult with some of those gears that you have to kind of manage. And then clipping a single wheel on some of the parts, you can't even get enough speed to make the next jump.
And not a surprise that Clover then will win the map, obviously. You can cry mapper's advantage, right? But this isn't like Cup of the Day, where the map is brand new to everyone except for the mapper, and to a certain few individuals who actually played the map before it became Cup of the Day map. This has been out for over a week as the known map to be in this competition. Obviously 2 weeks before that, as you said, right? Where players could play it as well. So pretty much 3 weeks as we're back onto what's up.
I believe that, like, in the end we will have played every map twice, but some of them can show up right one after another.
See, I hope that Winky does not finish that sentence, if that is a sentence that he's wanting to make, but at the time being, I think we're going to be all good to get going here on this one. Once again, we saw it earlier, it was very easy to finish the black section, right? And so just making one mistake is, I think, what's going to get you in or out of the top 7 here, as at the current moment, everyone's looking very solid through the first few sections, as there's a few errors, but obviously cycles for the time being not going to be really what's going to kill you in top 7. It's mostly going to be missing an entire one, right? So if you mess up blue in its entirety, all 3 teammates there need to respawn, then that's just over, right? No one's had that happen so far. At least one player from every team has finished every section first try.
Yeah, and you can see that there's still a small gap getting created between all the teams with just how fast you can get some of these sections done, because there is like thousands or hundreds of seconds you can gain for each section, but it's really going to come down to who fully fails a section, I believe, who's going out. But it could still stay this close going through, as each team makes the black section on the first try.
And with a minute left, no one's made a mistake, as we are on Nalex right now, who's going to try and get his team out of the bottom 3 here, and he's going to go way too inside, fly off. Hopefully some of his teammates were just there with him, and that's Adrian, who's going to keep them in 8th, and they've lost some ground. And as for the Chileans here, in 9th place, they're behind the Poles by about a second, and Butterfly absolutely out of it. They're the first team to really just mess up the entire section as a team. And so right now, trying to catch back up are Poland, but the closest, nearest team, right, the Slovaks and the Americans, and both teams have been playing very, very strong. I don't know how the Poles come back here.
I believe that this is the last run teams are going to get on this section, so this might be what we're looking at for the end of the round. With
with the 8. Oh, that's Lucian out. Let's see if Nalax... No, Nalax stopped, and it's all down to Adrian. Can he get them out? No, he's not got the time. And so, Poland, as well as Chile, as well as...
Spain.
Who would that be? Spain, there you go. Thank you. As well as Spain to be out and ousted from this top now 7 teams as we head on to our second to last map.
As you can see, we have some of the favorites to win the competition. We had World Mix, Germany, and France, top 3 there.
Yeah, that's not very much of a surprise, right? My surprise was more that the Dutch and the Americans were on the orange and yellow, right? They were both on the edge of getting eliminated, and they were really being pushed there by Poland, because any one mistake by them and they're out.
That's how some of these maps are going to go. It's just going to be down to keeping consistent and also staying slightly ahead, because those small time differences can add up if nobody messes up a section.
Do a 360 now by Jevington. What can you tell me about this one? Because this one looks very wicked. I think we're going to see a lot of wickeds in chat with this one.
So you may see at the start here, you're going to be slightly disappointed that some people are not doing the 360. They are going for that very short, slow, no-spin line. But as we come up to our later on sections, you're going to see blue. There's a jump to go straight into the finish or jump into the water, kind of slower, but still make sure you get that finish. Red section, you're going to see not just a 360, you're going to see a 540. Trying to get turned around for some backwards driving through boosters.
Very, very smart, actually. As we're now onto blue, let's see this little jump straight into the finish here. Ooh, that's risky, and not a lot of players are going through. Yeah, there was one from each team at least, but that was a bit rough for a lot of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you saw Sombot right there just hit straight into the sand, and that's the risk you got to take to make sure you get that fin.
Well, now that red is finished for most teams here. Ooh, this team World now losing a bit of ground, and so have the Slovaks and the Brazilians as we're now onto black. Let's see what Marsathix can do. Is he cutting here?
This was the one cut that I wasn't sure if people would be going for. If you look at Sombot on the Clownfish there, it is a cut straight onto that red booster where you can jump straight to the fin. But that one is very rough to get. As if you're taking the section normally here, you can do a little.
But it's a lot faster.
Yes, it is much faster. When I was looking at replays, it looked like it was a good 4 or 5 seconds faster.
Not maybe even a bit faster, just judging by how much time you need to go for it. So right now, I think World do need to keep going for that, because obviously going for it is the only way back into this match. So Clover is in first here for the Netherlands. He's got to get ahead of Brazil, which is Raptor right in front of him, who's gone slow. Ooh, he's gone real slow. Clover does a nice little 360. Inteltrick can't catch up to him either. So Raptor's going to stay ahead, and there's no time to finish this a second time, is there? And so, there's Team World! They snipe the Netherlands, but they don't snipe the Parrots! Oh, no! Brazil is going to go through, but World, even with the cut there, can't make it through. That was so close.
We saw the Clownfish team did have the cut down. It seemed that Sambaz was getting it consistently, it looked like there, because he got it twice and they were only at 6.
Yeah, and I mean, Marsotex tried his best, right? He absolutely did cut that. He came out from nowhere from behind, but just 1 second too late. Top 4 now. And it's going to be between 4 teams. Let's see what map we're going to be on, because we don't know. Hopefully it is a map that we've not seen just yet. Though we have seen 8 different maps so far. 2 more yet to be played. I think one of them is a very dirty map, if I recall.
One of them's very dirty, and one of them's very dirty and icy.
Ooh, I love myself some ice, though I'm Canadian. I might be biased towards that. But we're back in hole in one. So, this is a map we've seen before. We've seen how consistent teams are on this, but it is very, very difficult nonetheless. And now that it's only the top four, not only will you need to be precise, but it's going to be crucial to go through as fast as possible. The Brazilians, the Germans, the French, and the Americans are going to try and win on this map here. And so far, so good for the Americans.
You're gonna need to be watching out here for all these cycles with these spinners and pistons, because they're gonna really determine who makes it. If you can get some early cycles, or even just slightly bonk like you saw there.
Well, let's see, and that's the Germans finally through with a much better cycle. You saw that, right? The cycle is 3/4 of a second faster, and that's the Brazilians who weren't even able to finish the third cycle. And so there are 3 teams right now fighting for this lead, and Brazil, I think, just gave up at this point. There is, they are having a rough time of this, as the first hole-in-one is done by the Americans. Just behind them is Wolsile and French crew. Let's see if they can keep up. What a line there out of Rulemaker. Can he make it through? Oh, he does, and that is a massive snipe. What a cycle by Rulemaker. Wow. And I think that might have just solidified the Americans in first.
See, that's what the respawn abuse can do. It can get you slightly ahead just to get a better cycle, and they're holding 3 seconds over the other teams at the moment.
Oh, man, yeah, solid 3 seconds. Make that 4 now. As the Brazilians still trying to come back, I don't think there's any time for them to possibly do this in, as the Americans once again extend their lead, and that's Lars unable to get through, and because of that, they get overtaken by the French, and they're now behind by 7 seconds over the Americans. The French trying to catch up, and it's gonna need to be Kai to try and get through, and he's slightly faster, catching up bit by bit, 10th by 10th. Can he make it work, though? It's damn this time around, and he clips. He won't be able to go through here. And so Wolsai will need it. He'll go through, but they've lost a second because he was the one who got it last time around. He did not spawn abuse.
Ooh.
The Americans, yeah, this is just looking way, way solid. No mix-ups here from the American side. And the Germans, having made their mistake, they're firmly ahead of the Brazilians, but too far behind the French. 10 seconds behind. There's not even 10 seconds left as the Americans go through for one last time. There is no more time left remaining, and the Americans quite dominant on this map, no mistakes at all, and getting that one cycle by Rulemaker really put this one into the bag.
And there's that maximum points at 12 that I was talking about earlier. I was wondering if we would see it, and these rounds at the end, playing hole-in-one with just like the final map, it's insane to see how close it comes.
Yeah, because obviously, as you said, right, in well, you can't get more than 12, right? Even if you max out each cycle, I'm guessing, right? So even if you risk it for the biscuit, you can't get 13. Correct?
There's a possible chance that if you got all of the bonus time, you would be able to get it, but it's hard because of like the respawn abuse. You don't get it at that point.
Right. So you're missing out on respawn abuse, but you're getting the extra second. But because of respawn abuse, you save about a second. It's a mix, right? You take what you can get, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. So round number 3 will be upon us very, very shortly here. What did you think of that round number 2? The Americans taking it this time around over the French, obviously, who won last time. They're looking very solid for both of their groups.
I wasn't expecting World Mix to go out on the 4th map there. I was expecting them to still make it into the final one, but
yeah,
anything happens. Anything can happen here.
Anything can happen. How good are the Slovaks looking, though? Getting top 7 both times so far. They might be through.
A nice update on what we're looking at for the groups.
Yes, I'd love to know if you have any points, because I do believe the Slovaks are in second, aren't they?
The Slovaks are actually winning their group at the moment by 1 point to the Netherlands. Australia's the close third right now, 17 though.
Yeah, that is. If we could show that on stream, that'd be great. Thank you, Deployer. Because look at this. That's Slovakia firmly in the lead, and poor Spain, right? It is Spain without the S for them, but I was guessing Slovakia was not going to they were going to be a factor, but not to this degree. They've really shown up here, and they are really fighting the Dutch and the Australians. In Group B, Canada and Czechia, it's been so rough for them. Germany absolutely dominating, and Brazil, I mean, they're running away with that second position. When it comes to Group C, France absolutely dominating, but Hungary, Chile, and Poland, they're all struggling. And so getting that second place, I think, will just be a continuation of those struggles.
Yeah, I mean, with Group B, Canada could come back. Like, they need a first in this next round or something, but it's going to be a little rough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be very rough. And, well, for Czechia, I think it's the same thing, right? For Spain, I mean, Spain technically has a better chance of coming back than Canada does, right? And they're at fourth in their group. So another team that's fourth in their group who's relatively close is Chile, obviously, right? 10 points, only 5 points behind. But, I mean, do you really think they can get ahead of Hungary or Poland at this point? I mean, there is a good chance, isn't there?
There is a great chance, but we're going to have to see as we're about to be going into the next round here, starting on a Royal of Dirt and Ice.
So, Group D, obviously Norway is going to try and catch back up to the US and World, but very tall order. 17 points to them. They'd be second in every other group except for B or D, but it's rough right now for them, isn't it?
It is, but we still have 2 more rounds where they just got to push through, and I believe that if they put enough time into some of these next maps, because we're going to have a couple that we haven't seen yet, I think they could have a chance to pull it back.
Well, let's see, as we're still waiting for this map to get live. There we go. Into the match we'll go right about now, as we get to see our first, the 9th map in this map pool, as Wolsal just does not start.
Yeah, so with this map, there's a lot of ice and dirt mechanics going on, as we'll see starting here on the green. You have the sort of buggish slide that it gives. There's always the risky small brake taps you can do that could slide you out, but at the same time you will get more speed as you leave, as you saw with Lars right there.
Very nicely done by Lars, honestly. Just cutting every single corner possible with the icy tires, obviously, on dirt, right? Giving you so much grip, surprisingly, which is one of the most fun mechanics, right? The forced full grip with icy tires on dirt.
Yeah, and so that blue finish is a little bit scary sometimes because it is very easy to over-jump that. And you'll have to be going to a slow fin that's probably adding on another second or 2.
And I'm looking down the order here, and Team World actually failed. I think that was the blue section, didn't they? They failed that, and they're behind by 16 seconds here. Team World could be out on the first map. This would be so detrimental to them, and allow the Netherlands to get through. Is it the Netherlands? Yes, I think the Netherlands are in their group, aren't? No, Norway, sorry, Norway. Norway to get back into this match here in their group. Let's see if they can finish black at least once. Would be absolutely terrific for them, as you can see only a few teams finishing black so far, and Poland making it through. As we saw earlier, Poland struggling quite a bit, not struggling on this map. 6th place so far, very good for them.
They're used to the ice, and then just throwing in a little bit of dirt. They're gonna make it through.
Well, let's see here. Czechia currently on the bubble. 30 seconds left. They need to finish black once again to get anywhere near getting ahead of any of these teams, whether that is Spain, Canada, or anyone else that's ahead here. And this could be their last finish on black, won't it? So, last chance to get it through, and they are through. They're going to be over Canada, who are just too slow. And Team World, surprising and very scary elimination off the start here. That is not good for them.
That is going to change a lot of things down there in Group D. with Norway having a very solid chance of catching back up.
Team World as well as Team Canada eliminated here, and Polar Bears, I forget which team this is. I forget which country this is. This is...
Polar Bear is that's the Russian team.
Russian team. Alright, there you go. Ah, that makes sense, right? Polar Bears... Yeah, that makes sense, that makes sense. Russians, though, finding themselves in last once again. Despite Team World's really slow start here, at least they finished black a couple times, right? But with the fall of the Canadians, that's two very northern countries falling down very quickly, and that benefits another northern country, Norway. Big time it benefits them, doesn't it? Because of the fact that Team World is in their conference, in their group as well. They could just snag second place, even if they make it to, like, top 7, right?
Yeah. If they make it, let's see, they were 10 points behind them before, so they're going to need to get, if they get 5th, they'll be tied with them after this.
Now, I'm not too sure if you're going to want first Cam 1 on this map. It's going to be very hard to see with all these cars, as, ooh, that is Hungary. That Hungarian player just messing up the start here on white. That's not what you like to see, as there you go. A nice first-person view allows us to see just how weird this map is, utilizing the dirt wall climb ability that this game has for some weird reason. This is why this game is not a realistic racing game, right? Of course, arcade racers, very different, but yeah, this bug, if you will, is very, very fun, and the fact that it's utilized so well is, to make this amazing Royale map, I think is very wonderful.
It really made for an interesting map, as well as this one was from our last edition. This was our nostalgia pick that got added in. We had a lot of close races here, and just coming from me personally in the U.S. qualifier, this was the one where it was the closest. Everyone had the same amount of points at the end, and it only came down to time.
Yeah,
There's
this map,
mistakes.
Well, this map was in the last edition as well, right? And
Correct.
This map was all down to, even back then they weren't making mistakes, so this map has been played for months on top of that, right? So at this point in time, there is no reason why you should have any mistake on this map, right? It's down to, you cannot make a mistake, and right now, Spain and Slovakia on the fringes here, so are Chile, finding themselves on the fringes. Australia, they're in yellow, but they are ahead by a second and a half over the Spaniards. But right now, it's all looking good, as, ooh, that's Hardo making a mistake, and they're going to need Dark to get through here, not lose too much time. Lost a lot of time there, but the Slovaks losing a bit more, and the Czechs losing it as well. Spain still not out of it just yet. Still one or possibly even 2 more cycles left here with all the extra time. Let's see, as the Germans, the French, and the Dutch are through. That's going to be it for Chile, it seems.
We may see an extra finish here from the Germans, because watching them from the beginning, it looked like they were going for the full bonus time, the full 15 seconds.
Well, let's see. Actually, does Slovakia get out of here? Or no, they don't. Oh, I thought one player might have been on that 9th, but sadly they were still on the 8th. The Slovak
We did have Germany, though.
Yeah, they
Germany
finished with 9.
right in the end.
Very, very good playing there, and that might be a strat that they might utilize in the obviously in the future, right? They'd want to utilize that. Is it hard to get 9? I'm guessing it is to get 9 on this map.
Very, very difficult one. That, oh man, that map is just, it's all very, I don't want to say simple, but I mean, with the amount of time they've had to practice, it feels just like secondhand nature to them.
Right, because this map, is in the Super Royale pool. I'm guessing it isn't anymore, right?
It is not anymore.
So it used to be, and it was one of the very popular maps, right? And it was played in the last Royal Nations Cup. And the fact that it was known for quite a while that it was already here, people already had the muscle memory, right? They already had the knowledge of the map. And so it's not a surprise when this map then comes in, no one makes a mistake on it, right? Even the teams who didn't make mistakes on it, I mean, they were small 2-second mistakes, right? It wasn't just missing up a whole cycle.
Everything on that map is really down to just time. And surprisingly enough, with Team World even going for the full bonus time, not Team World, Germany, my bad, going for that full bonus time, it was just insane to see them get the 9 right at the end.
I mean, that's gotta be a smart play, right? And other teams need to take notes. They need to take notice, and hopefully they have their own counter strat for it, because otherwise they're going to be in trouble when it comes to that one. Currently in the lead are the Dutch, followed by the French, followed by the Americans and the Germans. Flamingo in 5th place. That's not the Norwegians. Who is that? Or Flamingos?
That is Hungary.
That is Hungary. There we go. Hungary finally showing the promise that you expected out of them. Getting themselves in this top 10. Now they're fighting for top 5 at this current point in time. Fighting with the French, fighting with the Germans. They are currently in 5th place. I think that's 6th now as they finish the black cycle for the first time. Spain, Brazil, and the Australians down in the bottom 5, and the Brazilians seem to be out as they've messed up an entire 2 cycles. Oof, that's rough. They finished their first black cycle when everyone else finishes their second. In fact, the French have finished their 3rd already. So you can see already the difference, right? Just the amount of speed these teams bring in from the top level. You could see Spain on their on 7 points. They want to catch up to Hungary here as best they can. I don't know how easy it's going to be for them to do so, as the Norwegians fall to 10th. They've made a mistake, allowing the Australians through, not the Spaniards, but the Spaniards re-overtake by literally 0.2 of a second. There's only going to be one more cycle on this. And so, let's see if they can hold it together. And right now, it's good for it is the Australians who make it through, and another 0.2 separating themselves in Spain. But Spain, with no more time, they will be eliminated in top 10, and they won't get 7th place unless they have the time. Oh my goodness, that was so close, but the Australians just barely ahead. Very well done, and 11 points for the top 3 teams as well.
This is what I'm talking about with the bonus time. It's very risky to go for because you could fall behind slowly, but right there you could see that they had enough time for another finish, just barely. It's really hard to kind of give and take that with how much do you give up in time versus how much bonus points do we need.
Very good round, though, between the Spaniards and the Australians there. Very, very close one. Could have gone either way. And so now we're on to our second to last map now on this 3rd round. Team World eliminated in the first map, which is absolutely terrifying because obviously the Norwegians, right, they came in 10th here. That's still going to gain them a lot of points over their group mates in Team World.
Yeah, they're climbing back up though. We still have one extra round where they could come back, but it's very close.
Very, very close. Now, once again, back on our freewheeling, as this map, it's all about conservation of speed, and you don't want to mess up a single cycle, right? Every map, you don't want to mess up a single cycle, but some maps, you can mess up a cycle and still be alive, right? Still survive in the earlier maps, but when it comes to this point where it's only top 7 here, you mess up a cycle and it's, well, that's your day. That's your day done, right? So, right now the Germans looking strong, but it's all only separated by 2 seconds. It's barely anything separating all 7 teams.
And there we saw Dam just try and get that wheel clip on the inside of that plastic turn there. It's very inconsistent, but if you get that, you can keep much more exit speed and pretty much pull ahead of everybody for that red finish.
When it comes to these teams right now, especially the US, they've been looking very, very strong very consistent overall, I want to say, right? The Germans and the French as well. Just consistency has been key, and going for the risky lines on this map here, on this black section, is going to be the key to success here. Let's see if the Australians could pull it off, because they are currently in red, and could they get themselves from 5th up to 4th, maybe even 3rd here, if anyone makes a mistake, but they still need to do it in a manner which they will survive in. That's Muna. Too little speed. Chriso will be through, in fact, ahead of 2 teams. They go up from 5th to 3rd, and that's the Americans down in 5th now.
This section is very easy to catch and gain with these early jumps that you see many teams taking through the signs and trying to miss that big arrow sign. That's where teams are starting to kind of gain time here, because coming into the black, it was kind of laid out, same as you went through every other section, but here, you've seen a lot of movement for the teams.
One last try at this, I think, right? There's barely any time left. They're going to have one last try at this, maybe. Or are the Americans out in 5th? I think they're out in 5th.
They could be out in 5th. It doesn't look like they're going to have enough bonus time.
No, it doesn't. They're going to have to go full risk, but there is no more time remaining. Oh my goodness, that is GG's for them in this round specifically, and the Australians are through into top 4. So are the Dutch and the French and the Germans. Very, very well played by them, and that's elimination for the Americans. Very surprising there.
We're seeing Australia up there in the top 3 now, trying to gain their way back in, taking over Group A.
As we see where each team has fallen so far in this group stage. We'll see how the points are get updated once everything gets finished, right? Because obviously there's still a bit more left to do here. There's still the last map of round number 3 to get played, as you saw those points in real time. We'll talk about those in just a little bit. So we're on to the last map.
We're back with the jump. Very, very simplistic map, but very small time games in each section that you can do. As you can see, Sombot going for the early jumps on each one, trying to snipe Marius there.
Yeah, obviously you want to go for the smallest jumps possible, landing as early as possible. Regular Trackmania things, obviously, right? So this map is the opposite of of Project Plastic, where this isn't an anti-Trackmania map. In fact, it feels like a pure Trackmania map in that sense, as the Australians have taken the lead over the Germans. Can they keep this together here? As we'll see the bug slide right into the signs there for Sombot, and he gets yeeted across the map. Hopefully his teammates can finish, as he was one of the players who cheated, actually. And no. Yeah, he was the player way ahead of everyone else on his team, and he lost a second because of that.
And now we're coming down to this black section with this very failable jump here. It's the lineup, once you get down in your head where it is, it's very easy to keep the muscle memory, but you kind of vary a little bit and you could get a completely different result from your landing.
Well, let's see it here on the black section now, and the Australians, they are in pole position right now, right? And their only competition are the Germans, slowly catching up, right? Behind by a second still, and as long as they can keep this together here, they will win this one. Ooh, that's Lars, though, with a nice little line. Look at Chriso, the outside line. So much speed, so risky, though. And the Germans catching up once again. There's going to be about 2 more cycles here if no one messes up. We could see 8. Very, very possible here, as that's Muna making a mistake, and that's going to be the Germans taking the lead here.
I believe if the Germans get this one, this is going to be the end of the round. I don't believe there is enough time for an actual 8th point.
Oh, that was so close by Chriso, though. He could have come back, but Sombot will take the win for the Germans here. The Australians firmly in 2nd place. Very well done. Now the fight is really between the Dutch and the French, and it seems like the Dutch got themselves 3rd. Very, very well done by both the Australian team and the German team there. Australia nearly winning that one out and flipping their group upside down.
They have now managed to make it to the top of their group. They have pulled ahead by a good 8 points.
Yeah, that is massive, massive, massive for them. The Australians, let's see it on stream for a little bit here. Now that it's fully updated, that is a wonderful sight to see here for all these groups as they get, well, somewhat tighter in my opinion, right? With a few upsets obviously going their way. Australia now in the big lead. Slovakia in second, despite the early out. The Netherlands, ooh, wait, they've not had their points tallied, though. So Slovakia is now in third. Right? Because the Netherlands obviously got third.
Netherlands. I misspelled Netherlands, and they didn't get their points.
There you go. There you are. See? You gotta keep your eyes out, kids. Brazil and Germany, I think they've cemented themselves. If Brazil come in last and Canada win, that's the only way that Canada goes through, right? I don't even think Czechia can go through at this point. So Group B Group B is solidified in that sense. France has solidified Group C. No way they can fall out. Hungary and Poland will fight for that last spot, though, as Poland and Hungary came really like side by side in round number 3. So nothing really separates them once again, as Norway took advantage of World's mistake as they fell in 15th, but being 9th place, it didn't get them enough points to get ahead of World, and at this point in time, will World make another mistake like that? Only time will tell, as we're likely going to start round number 4 here very, very quickly.
Round number 4 is going to be starting off with us right back onto our mapping competition map, the Project Plastic from Clover from the Netherlands.
A very, very fun map, obviously, to watch. I don't think anyone's going to say, well, this is boring to watch, but the Anti-Trackmania map, you know, it's got that, it's got a vibe. It's got a different kind of vibe to it, and it's very fun to watch. Honestly, if this was a TMGL map, I would be very happy to watch this, because just like, I don't know, a 1 minute map styled like that would be very fun to watch the top players playing on, wouldn't it?
It really would. And there are some Royal maps, I believe the community has, I don't know the name of the event, but they do have maps that they make for a event where each section leads into the next. So it would be like you're racing on a single track instead of 5 different sections.
I mean, that sounds very fun. Honestly, like, I don't know, to legitimize Royale a bit more in Trackmania's eyes, obviously, they can't just bring it to TMGL, but having a Trackmania event, right, for Royale would be very, very smart, I think, for them to bring more attention to it, so it's not just a small niche, not like Flag Rush, right, which is community-made, obviously, right? That makes sense that Trackmania aren't going to, or Nadio aren't going to make a tournament for it, and it's more going to be community tournaments, but when it comes to Royale, I'm surprised we haven't seen a Nadio-sponsored tournament yet for Royale to more legitimize Royale to the eyes of the public.
I mean, we would love to see it happen, but as for now, we're going back into the next round, starting off round 4.
Round number 4 starts off with, of course, Project Plastic here. So far, so good for the Australians, right? Nice little jump there by them, fighting with the Dutch for the lead of their group. But on this map, slow start, finding themselves in 13th as the French, the World, and the Dutch finding themselves in the top 4 currently. I keep forgetting who Pig is. I'm so sorry.
You're all good. That would be the Czech team.
That would be the Czech team, that's right. So Czechia looking strong so far as Kennedy, ooh, right on the edge. As Bench finds himself in a clean blue section, they're still in 5th. And right now, as long as the entire team don't make a full mistake here, they'll be good to go here. They need Betch to once again win this round for them. Get through and to do them justice, get them into the finish. There you go. Now, they're relatively good to go here as the Russians still haven't finished the blue section.
Looking
And
at
the Chileans.
looking at this map earlier, there was a lot of teams that were struggling with this black section. We were seeing only a few teams that had almost made it through perfectly, but there's been a lot of fails here that have shifted teams around.
Yeah, I think just getting it once should be good enough for you to get in, because of how many teams struggled with it. Obviously, because it is the start of this round, right? All 16 teams, sorry, playing on it. It means that not everyone's going to be able to finish it, and so at this point in time, Team World and Team Germany, Team Brazil, right? They think they're exaggerating it with 6 because obviously some of the lower down teams won't be able to overtake them anyway. There's no point in really showing dominance at this point unless, unless you want to just show off. But yeah, the Team Chile struggling to finish it even once, and that's kind of what I expected. Can they finish it at least once though to put Canada in the mud? Because no, Canada just finishes, and on orange they will get through, but 3 teams do not finish the black section, that being the Foxes, the Giraffes, and the Polar Bears, being Chile, the Germans, not the Germans, my goodness, imagine if the Germans didn't finish, the Russians, and the Norwegians, who are now eliminated from the group stage. Sadly, I do believe all 3 teams will not be making it through from the group stage.
Yeah. We saw a nice varying point difference there from 7. We had 7s, 6s, 5s, and even 4s. Like, there's such a wide spread on this map. I think because it was the mapping competition map, some people didn't have the same amount of time to practice, and that 1 week, depending on how much you put in, could probably be a game decider later on.
Well, into top 13 we go now, and onto this next map, which is taking a while to load. So I'm guessing this could be there you go, 360. Do a 360. Obviously, we saw it earlier. Not every round you want to do a 360, obviously, because some sections much faster to not do it. That being white and blue, where on white, just going straight up and landing as early as you can, obviously, is the fastest way to do it. Though a 360 is pretty wicked. I'm surprised we're not seeing any wickeds in chat, as the first section being done by everyone within 1 second. This green section, we'll see a 360 here by most teams, by most players. And then on blue, this is really where the wickedness is going to come through. As we see here, let's watch this cut in action here, as we're going to go through the little slalom section, and then you pick up as much speed as you can, and you're going to go towards the right side instead of the left here, like Marsotics went. And everyone just cutting through from the blue section, and everyone's able to do it. They're only separated by 4 seconds from top to bottom. Americans in the lead, and currently the Canadians, the Germans, and as well as the Czechs currently in the bottom 3. I don't think we're going to see the Germans for much longer in the bottom 3. There you go. They're out of red into orange, but yeah, Team World as well in the yellow.
We can see both of them start coming back, as they were sort of going for this risky black cut.
Yeah, of course there is this black cut as well. Let's see if they go up through the rankings here, or if they've made a mistake, as I don't see any cutters so far, as it's going to be status quo for most teams, or have World, and there we go. The Germans through. But World, not yet finished. No, World, they've made a mistake on it, and they've not got the cut.
They're going to need to get this.
Yeah, they're going to need to get it. I mean, they're a second behind the Brazilians. Of course, this cut, though, is going to need to be done perfectly this time around, if they want to get through. The Czechs and the Spaniards, too far behind to say anything about it. So, Team World, I think you need to go into Marsotics here, deployer from Team World, because he's the one who's going to go for this cut. If he nails it, he nails it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Team World, though, GoPro can't get it done. GoPro went for it, and there you go. the normal way by Knock finds themselves up into 10th, into the orange, as Brazil cannot finish it in time. And that's rough for them, but good job by everyone else, as, ooh, the Germans actually finish have 7. That's gonna be, despite their slow start, they were in the bottom 3.
I know they've been getting that cut insanely consistent in that first round, and I was expecting to see them at least pop up into the top 3. I wasn't expecting first though. It's just out of my mind.
So Knock is Nicky Hawk. All right, good to know. Thank you, Fedez, for that knowledge. So far, so good for most of these teams, right? They're exactly where they'd want to be. That being said, though, with Brazil being out here, are they in any trouble of being overtaken?
I don't believe so. Canada, no, they don't have enough points. They're not able to get enough points in this round to be able to pass Brazil.
Yeah. So even though Canada now in the top 10, Brazil not, just the fact that they needed Brazil to go out and last and to win, right, in its entirety, they left it too little too late, did the Canadians. So the Dutch and the Brazilians are through. Are any other groups already set and finished because of eliminations?
Looking through, it looks like Group D, it's going to be United States and World Mixed, because Norway has gone out already. They put in a hard fight, but they were not able to make it back. So
Norway eliminated as well. 2 other groups then. Who's in the fight in which group?
For Group A, it's looking like Australia and Netherlands may just have it. I don't believe Slovakia or Spain is able to get enough points without the other top 2 getting a smaller amount, since we're already on the third map here. But it seems like we pretty much have the teams almost set.
I mean, if both teams, right, other than Slovakia, make it, go out on this round here, right, and Slovakia make top 4, there is a small chance, is there not? Would there be an opportunity there?
Sadly, not here, no.
So the Slovaks are eliminated as well. And what about Group C then?
Group C is where we're going to have the closest match, because right now France is going to be taking victory, top 1 from the group. But Hungary and Poland are 2 points apart at the moment. So Hungary's going to need to beat Poland by 2 positions to take over that group.
And obviously, Hungary right now, they are in 8th with Poland in 7th. So any snipe here would be very worthwhile, very well done, as the snipe does come through. The fast finish for the Hungarians. But hey, you need to get out of the bottom 3 here to continue on, and that's what's going to get you the most points. And whoever does finish ahead of the other will be through. So at this point, it's looking very, very solid for the Hungarians. All they need to do now is to finish, as that's Lucian getting hit out and just snapped out of existence due to the moving objects. And that's very unfortunate for the Poles. They've been ousted of the top 7 now. They'll find themselves in 8th place if the Flamingos, or otherwise known as Hungary, find themselves in 7th in this next round. Then Poland still wins. If they come in 6th, what happens? Because they'll be tied.
So if they're tied, we're going to be going based off of who had the highest placement in any of the first or any of the 4 rounds. And at the moment, it is looking like Hungary, with 6th in last round, would be winning the tiebreaker.
Right, and because they need 6th anyways to tie up the match, right? They would automatically win that, in that sense. They'd automatically win the tiebreaker if they come in 6th or higher. So Hungary just need to not come in last on this map here, and they are through. Poland are going to be watching in fear here, because there's only one chance here. There's only one option for them, and that would be for the Hungarians to get last in this map. But they're up against the 6 teams who could win it all, right? The Dutch, the Germans, the Americans, the Australians, the Team World, and the French, obviously. So if they could fight up against those guys and not come in last, that would be so crucial.
And luckily enough for Poland, this is the map where we've seen all of the closest rounds. So
Yeah.
this is really going to be a huge decider for who's in and who's out.
So if you're Polish here, you're looking towards the Flamingos. You want them in 7th place. That's not where they're at. They're in 5th right now. They were in 2nd, but they're in a fight for those top positions right now. As onto the black section we go, and we could see some teams, as you said, max out at 12 once again. That's Kedjatos making a mistake. C-Mate will need to finish quite well here, as we see so many players ahead. Hopefully they don't find themselves in 7th here. They don't. They find themselves in 6th, just ahead of the Australians. Oh, this could be close. I don't even care about the other fights because everyone else is through, right? Everyone else we already know is 100% through. It's really just the Hungarians, so it doesn't matter. No one else matters at this point. It's really just the Hungarians.
And it's looking like the Kangaroos are taking over right now with Chriso ahead of C-Mate here. They're going to need to try and gain in these next couple sections because they are now 0.4 behind.
Yeah, I mean, Chriso is really fast, right? Winky Face, fast in his own right as well. So, C-Mate and his teammates will need to do something special here, but Scale and C-Mate, are they fast enough? As Scale right now, he'll win this round for the Hungarians, and they go ahead of World! The World has fallen! Oh my goodness! Can they come back here? They are a fast bunch, but there's only a couple more cycles left on this one. Can they get it done? Because right now the Hungarians are ahead, and that might be the Australians as well in a load of trouble if Chriso was ahead of both teams. The Flamingos fall back down. Only one last chance here. Is there even enough time? There's not enough time. And so the Hungarians do fall. And Poland is through. My goodness, my goodness.
What a round.
Oh, that was heart attack station for the Poles, right? They saw, okay, the Australians got through, and then they saw the world falling down the order, getting into 7th. Oh my goodness, what a close match that was. But the Poles are through, and I hate saying it this way, but they pull through.
Oh, I love your puns. I will say I am a fan of the puns.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that is... Well, this is a... Is it a sabbatical at this point? This is like... Not meaningless in a sense, but it's more like...
This is bragging
flexing
rights.
the muscle. This is
Getting
bragging
the most
rights.
points out of the group stage.
Right, who can get the most points? I think it was France, was it not, who was in the lead, or in total points, or is it Germany?
It was France in the lead with Germany was tied with them. Those two were tied.
Oh, okay.
United States had 41 and World Mix had 40 with the top two at 44.
Alright. Wow, that's surprising. World is at 40. Really?
Oh, after that finish right there, so they can't get the max points.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that makes a lot more sense because they came in 15th in the earlier rounds. I was like, whoa, they're still in the fight here. No. No, they are not. So it's really a fight between these three, and I don't think the Americans can actually come back here even if they win. Right?
No,
they can't win
they
because
could
one.
not.
Right, because either the Germans or the French are going to come in third, right? Even if the Dutch come in second. So it's still going to be either one of them winning. And so it's really, who's going to be in first? What's on first? Who's on second? I don't know who's on third. If anyone is that old or had grandparents who showed them this funny sketch.
Are pretty good.
They are. I do agree. That was my childhood. Just having my grandparents and my dad showing me like the old stuff, like Bugs Bunny and Tweety Show, obviously being one of them. Tom and Jerry from the 70s, 80s, right? All the good stuff as a kid. I enjoyed the old stuff, the Flintstones, Jetsons.
George
Hanger
Jetson
shows.
was born this year. Somewhere in the world, he was born.
That is true. That is true. Wait, was it really based in like 2020?
Well, he
The
was born
Jetsons?
in 2022, but it was a little further on.
Oh, I see. I see. Wow. Okay, that's very funny to know. That's pretty cool. 25 seconds left. One more cycle left, and the Germans slightly ahead of the French. As this last cycle here will determine who gets first, who gets the bragging rights. And right now, all three Germans are ahead of all three Frenchmen. There's going to be a need here of a mistake out of the Germans if Dam wants to get ahead of them, and it's not going to happen. Germany are going to win this one fair and square. They win the group stage. The French get second, and I do believe that means the Americans get third. And do the Dutch get fourth? I do believe they do. In total points.
All right, I'm just getting the scores all added in real quick.
While you do that, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the group stage, as we're probably going to look at the results after just a little bit, and then take a small intermission, maybe 5-10 minutes, to cool ourselves off, as we're going to get started on the next round, the elimination rounds. As Eiko, can you show us what this what the stats look like here?
All right, yes, we do have that group stage page ready, and we'll get that pulled up.
Perfect.
So for Group A, we do have the Netherlands taking it all, and Australia with the second place. In Group B, we have Germany taking first, Brazil in second. Group C had France in first, and Poland barely making it out in second, very close to Hungary. And Group D, we're having the United States first, and the world mix is second.
Yeah, and obviously the bragging rights go to Germany with 60 points, France with 59, and then the United States with 55. No one else with 50, though. The team that was closest to them was the Netherlands. The Dutch here showing that they're not, the Deutsch showing that they're up further apart than the Dutch, but that could all change in the elimination rounds, couldn't it?
Yes, it could.
So we're going to go take a small little break here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set to get ready for the top 8 fight. Anything you want to say here before we get on going to our break?
I think that we're about to have some really close matches as we come up, because we're going to be playing one map at a time, and then all 8 teams, whatever they ranked, that's the points. There's no eliminations going on to a next map. It's just one map. You're ranking for that map.
All right, well, let's see what they could do here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back here after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Royal Nations Cup. I'm still Quantum Deathcat, and I'm pretty sure you're still Takeo. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I think I'm still me, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not 100% sure either. I mean, honestly, I am never 100% sure about anything, because obviously, our predictions, I mean, they didn't go out the wazoo, right? But I think we saw a match that was more one-sided than we expected, other than the Poland and Hungary fight at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward into these next rounds, there's going to be a lot of battles that I feel are going to be closer, that we had some sort of changes go on here with France and World Mix going against each other now in match 2. That is going to be one to watch, because it's going to be very close throughout the whole round.
So, for these quarterfinals, it's only 5 maps that get played here, as confirmed by Kira in the background. Thank you, Kira, for all the hard work you've been doing in the background to get this tournament on the road, right? And to really just admin everything in the background. So big thank you to Kira, big thank you to Deployer as well, who is streaming this to every one of you. Who also brought to you guys Quantum Widecat in the past, but sadly there's no need for the wideness today, as Takeo has taken that spot.
I mean, I kind of miss him. I hope he's doing okay, but I mean, I'm happy to fill in.
I'm sure many people in chat do miss the Quantum Widecat. Though if you missed it, go watch the VODs from the last NASAM tournament, which happened during the weekend, last weekend I should say. As yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go into the page here for the quarterfinals then, if it is ready.
I just wanted to share that I did mess up a little bit with there being only 5 maps here.
Yeah. So there should only be 5 maps. Just keep that in mind. It's only 5 maps. This will be for later for the semis and the finals, correct?
Correct, yes.
So, at this point in time, we're going to have match 1 between the Netherlands and Brazil, and it is best 3 out of 5, correct? So,
yes,
and whoever wins on each on each map, right, they win 1, and then whoever just wins 3 goes through, correct?
Correct, yeah. Semifinals and finals are also best of 5.
Okay.
I just got my numbers mixed up.
Okay. So, the Netherlands will go up against Brazil. This is going to be a tight one, I think, in the sense where Brazil could win certain maps and certain rounds. I think it's just that the Netherlands have them covered on most maps, which is why they had a lot of points, right? They were 4th overall in points, and although they weren't one of the most dangerous teams, I think they have Brazil covered. Do you agree with that statement?
I would think so. But, I mean, with these being only a single map at a time, a single section mess up can really just kind of get in your head and mess you up, giving the other team a point for free.
True. Honestly, this one might go to 5, but I'm expecting 4 when it goes for Netherlands and Brazil. So, as we head onto the map, is everyone going to be playing at the same time?
Yes, everyone's going to be playing at the same time. But so, it only matters where you rank against your team you're playing.
Right. So let's talk about the other teams as we get ready for this thing to go live. What other groups do we have here? I saw World and France. I think that one's going to be the tightest one, where World did make one mistake and came in 15th, but obviously they were fighting France earlier on in the group stage, and I think that one is going to be our closest matchup.
I completely agree with you there. The next close one, I would say, would be Germany and Australia. Germany has kind of been dominating this a little bit. You know, they had the most points in the group stage. But Australia has some pretty tough fighters. So I think in these next couple maps, we could see a lot of movement.
And obviously the last 2 teams left, the USA and Poland. For anyone who's not been here for the last hour and a half, crocodiles are France, kangaroos are Australia, you have the Dutch who are the bees, you have the USA who are the dolphins, you have Poland who are the monkeys, macaws are Brazil, you have the clownfish who are Germany, and you have the peafowl who are Team World. With that being said, we're playing on Project Plastic here, as this is what I like to call the anti-Trackmania map, where it's just so touch and go. The plastic acceleration mixed with all the stop and go is so tough on these players, and honestly, just overall, just to be fast on this map, you also got to be slow, which very hard concept to grasp, in my opinion.
I mean, it really is. With the way plastic works, with holding the brake to kind of just get your traction back once you land, it's a little counterintuitive, and it takes testing to kind of figure out the best way it works.
I agree. So at this point in time, we can see here that Team World up against Team France, they're 1 and 2, right? They're separated by just about a second here. But if Team World can hold this lead over the French, it's going to be massive for them. In fact, the French keep on resetting. They've missed a whole cycle, and that's going to be the win for Team World. I don't see a way for the French here to come back. They are way too far behind. And when it comes to Poland, same thing with them. They are 6 seconds behind the Americans. So it really comes down to the fight. Ooh, I got disconnected.
We had Quantum get a little disconnected here for a second, but we're looking at the top teams very close. There is still time for at least one more finish for teams to take over.
Oh. You lost both. Am I back now? I refreshed. Am I back? Yeah. What would you like? Did you lose both of us? Did you lose the both of us? Oh, Zemius. yeah. In the meantime, hopefully, that's sad for Zemius who couldn't finish there, but that is the Dutch not making it through no matter what was going to happen there. So that is the first map going the way of... that was tight between Australia and Germany, actually, but the world just beating out France there. That is the first quote-unquote upset so far. Poland losing to the USA. That was a little bit expected. And obviously the Brazilians winning over the Dutch in this first round as well. So that's the closest match I'm expecting, as well as France and World. I'm expecting both of those to go to five maps. I'm expecting USA Poland to be 3. I'm just a bit realistic, but I hope the Nilex guy pulls through. He is a good friend of mine, and I mean, if he gets a little bit too mad from all this Royale, we might just play some Counter-Strike later. Just to get his mind off of things.
That's one way to do it. Just switch games. It has to work. It'll help out.
Of course, switching games is the best way to do things, as hopefully we're back now. Small technical difficulties on our end, but hopefully we are back now and can be heard, as we both refreshed our vMix. We've both done our job here to be heard as yeah. All good, deployer. Thank you so much for all the hard work you do in the background. In the meantime, we had Brazil winning over the Dutch. We had the Germans winning over Australia, though it was very, very close. Team World winning over France, which again was very, very close. And of course, the US winning over Poland. Now, I'm fully expecting the US to win over Poland 3-0. When it comes to Germany and Australia, I'm expecting a 3-1 in favor of Germany. And the other two, I'm expecting 3-2s, but I don't know who's winning.
I mean, it's going to be real close between the other two. But seeing Brazil take over the Netherlands on that first map is a little odd, as it was Clover from the Netherlands who had made that.
Yeah, it's, well, no more Mapper's advantage, as we see Zemius actually failing the finish there. A lot of players actually failing the white section there. Off of the start, onto the green we go now. Very inside by Wolsile. Got a lot of speed, but too much, and he'll yet pull himself, but he'll still be in the fight, though his teammate is ahead. Dam will finish ahead and get themselves up into third, and they need to be ahead of Pifal, who are Team World at this point in time. Clownfish, also known as Germany, need to be ahead of the Kangaroos, also known as the Australians. When it comes down to the Dolphins, they need to be ahead of Monkey, who are the Poles. And when it comes down to the Crocodiles, they need to be ahead of PFAL, who is Team World. Is that all said and done? I think so. Oh, Team B, who are the Dutch, need to be ahead of Brazil, who are Team Macaw. And they're separated by very, very little, as we're all on the red section at this point in time. And, ooh, that's BoPro actually getting a slowdown there. Marsotics at least finishing in their favor, but right now 1 second separating everyone. Comes to these fights. Hopefully, it's not too close for too many teams, as Team France and Team World are currently fighting in the second and third position. They're right next to each other, as well as Monkey and USA fighting for their positions, as well as Team France fail once again, and Team World will take advantage. Another time that's happened.
The end of this map can be a little unforgiving with that final water bounce, as well as there's a small gap you can make on the outside of the finish that will just let you fall off and you don't even go through.
Right now there's a big fight between the Dutch and the Brazilians, actually. They've not finished, and there you go, the Brazilians have overtaken the Dutch. And so with one more cycle left, the Brazilians are in a massive lead. 6 second advantage, nearly 7 over the Dutch. And when it comes to the US against the Poles here, they are so far ahead they don't even need to keep on playing, despite the fact that they're last. As Marsotics, that is so wicked, he nearly landed that. That would have been probably the most wicked landing I would have seen in my life, and I think Marsotics is actually mad at the fact that he did not finish that, but also mad at the fact that they lost despite having that lead.
That's what can happen in these rounds, where it's just a single map and 7 teams get eliminated, so we just move on to the next one. Small mistakes, they really start to add up here. You gotta go for consistency and working on that keeping speed at the same time.
So everyone is 2-0 except for Team World versus Team France, right? Everyone else is 2-0. Brazil is up 2-0. The Americans are up 2-0, and you have the Germans that are up 2-0. So currently, they're all looking for sweeps. When it comes to France and World, they might be the only team that would need map number 4, as we're on to this one, which was dominated by the Americans here. I don't see how the Poles make it through hole-in-one.
Well, it's really coming down to getting the respawn on your teammate, because those will help you get ahead for cycles here. And it's really about the consistency for that black finish, because it's such a small gap. You can't have a little variation without just completely missing.
Yeah, exactly. You can't. You need to be as precise as possible, obviously. When it comes to the other teams, though, I don't think it'd be the end of the world if Australia came in front of Germany here for the Germans, but it would be a nice comeback if they could do the reverse sweep here, the Aussies, as we'll see the start here being very, very easy for most teams and players here. I don't know if you can even miss that first jump, as we see everyone going through there with only a quarter of a second variation. Same thing for this second one. Let's see if there are any other mistakes. No changes in the cycle there. Everyone on the same cycle. So far, so good for most teams, except for the Dutch. The Dutch have messed up all 3 of them. Not on the same cycle, and they'll lose 4 seconds to the Macaws there, who they need to get ahead of. And the Americans also making a mistake. I guess I cast or cursed them. Oh well. Oh well, tough luck for the Americans. They'll need to come back here on the Poles, who currently have 3rd place. And they have it nicely sealed and tight, as, ooh, that's the Brazilians making a mistake, and the Dutch will get ahead of them. How far ahead will they be, though, is the question. It's quite a lot. It's 6 seconds. And on a map like this, 6 seconds is so massive, as the French will fight against the World here. They're only separated by 1/3 of a second, as Poland try to keep their massive lead up against the Americans, though they might have lost a bit of time. They are losing massive amounts of time, actually. Do the Americans retake the lead over the Poles here? No, they don't. No, they don't at all. It's 8 seconds still that separates them. 50 seconds left. And the Poles would need to miss a whole cycle here, which they don't do. In fact, they gain a cycle over the Germans. The Kangaroos, the wonderful Aussies, might just take themselves their first win up against the Germans here. Though their cycle is slow, the Germans will take it right back, even though they're only separated by 1/10 of a second. Look at that, and the fight at the bottom for the Dutch and the Brazilians here. The Dutch do need to win this one out, and there's still at least 2 cycles for both of them to make it through. And as they're fighting for last place here, they're still fighting for against each other. If the Brazilians get ahead, it's going to be a nice little sweep. As Team World has taken the lead over the French, Team World have absolutely dominated this one, dumpstering over the French. Team World will be the only ones on 12. Clownfish have won and swept the Kangaroos. The Aussies are out after a 3-0 sweep over the Germans. By the Germans, it's 2-1 in favor of World over the French. And I didn't see, did the Americans come ahead of the Poles in the end?
They did not make it back in the end. They were still about 6 seconds behind.
So the Poles then take a, well, they're going to start the reverse sweep, aren't they? So one team is through and finished. 2 of them are going to try and start their reverse sweeps, and, well, 2 other teams are going to try and stop the reverse sweep. So we head on to our 4th map now. 3 teams will need this 4th map. Germans can just sit on the sidelines happy as they're already through to the semis. And as for the Australians, they can finally go to bed. But I think it's a little bit too early for them to go to bed now, because I think it's 7 or 8 in the morning for them.
Yeah,
they started, it was 4-5.
Yeah.
Poor guys,
that's
you know?
That's why they were in here as Team Badge with their tags, if you saw. Like, every other team's got their nation, but we had Team Badge from them. I mean, it's understandable. It's 5 a.m.
It's totally understandable. I would not cast at 5 a.m. I'd cast at 6, but not at 5. You would never catch me casting at 5. I would be way too out of it. I'd still have my nightcap on. I'd still have my pajamas. I'd still be in my blankets, which are right there, you know, like nice little blankets. But yeah, at this point in time, 6 teams remaining and only 3 go through to the semis.
And each match is looking like it's 2-1. So if Brazil, World, and U.S. win this one for their group, we're quarterfinals are over and we're moving on to the semis. But we still have the chance for the Netherlands, France, and Poland to come back.
Yeah, Netherlands really is the biggest surprise for me, that they've allowed Brazil to have that 2-0 lead over them. Now it's 2-1 at least, so they do have a chance at coming back, though. World with a massive lead right now. What kind of cycle are they on? They are looking really strong. Well, the Respawn abusive player does not go through, and BoPro crashes it out. And so that lead is very much so cut now. Half a second was cut off, as the French will try to catch up and stop Team World from winning over them. And when it comes down to it, the Americans are in second place. Behind them are the Poles, who still have not gotten to black section yet. And the Brazilians are the only team so far to be struggling on red. Can they finally make it on black? Yes, they have, but there are 12 seconds behind the team that they need to be up against. And, well, as long as the Dutch, as long as Team B don't make a massive mistake here and lose a whole cycle, they are looking poised to tie this one up and start and finish this reverse sweep.
They're really putting a lot of effort in here. They're trying to pull this back, and it's a little hard when you're down, because, you know, you got that feeling, oh, it's not going well, we may not make it, but they're pushing through and they're showing that they deserve to go to that semifinal.
So now let's look at this fight here between World and France, as it's really close. Damn, ooh, nearly got ahead, but it's Wosile who will get in front. And instead of getting in front in first place, they do get in front of World, but they don't get in front of the Americans, who actually steal, as it's going to be a 3-way fight at the front. But the Americans don't really matter in this fight, because their fight is with the Poles, as Team World takes a massive lead over the French. The French making a massive mistake, down by 1.4. They only have one last chance here, and as Team World will go through and win this one out, they will eliminate France in the quarterfinals. They don't even make the semis after getting second place. Actually, no, didn't they win? Actually, the French.
The French, yes, the French had won their group. They were first in their group.
Oh my goodness. And the world just steal that from them. Dominance from the world. I guess you could call that some tankage going on over there, because that was so dominant from Team World over Team France. Germany is already through as well. The Americans are through over the Poles, and now there's only one last fight, and that's the Dutch against the Brazilians. And well, the Brazilians are known for one thing, and that's Brazilians, but there was none in map 3 and 4. Let's see if they can bring some in map number 5.
Yeah, moving on to the final map. It's just going to be these two teams racing. So it's going to come down to consistency here. And then this black section is where you can gain and lose a lot of time. The first 3 sections, white, green, blue, they're pretty much going to be very close together. Besides this, that first cycle, that early cycle on blue, if one of the teams gets that and the other doesn't, they're going to hold a nice 2-second lead going into red, and then possibly even black.
Alright, well, thank you for your intel, your insight. Let's see what happens here as they decide who plays what position here on both teams. Oh boy. Macaws versus bees. Who do you got, ladies and gentlemen? Do you have Brazil, or do you have yourself the Dutch? Don't underestimate the world, my champ. They won last time around. They won for a reason as well, as Brazil will take the first... Ooh, they don't, actually. It's very, very tight. 6 milliseconds separate both of them. But that is such a good respawn abuse there by Clover that they will be ahead by so much heading into the blue section now. That is 3/4 of a second. And another spawn abuse there. Radiaxo can't get the spawn abuse in time over Intellectric and over Zemius, who currently have first and second. As the doors block the other two Brazilians, they had to hope that Radiaxo had the timing down specific, as right now it's still the Dutch with the lead. Can they pull off the reverse sweep as the Brazilians are falling down left, right, and center? But Radiaxo, with so much speed, he actually survived it all. So much risk on his end, and it's all down to Intellectric and Radiaxo. And Radiaxo saves 1 second for the Germans. What am I talking about? For the Brazilians, as the landing is so scuffed. Radiaxo and Intellectric, once again, they're the only two who can fight this on the black section. Look at this, Radiaxo not going for too risky of a strat here. Intellectric, though, not risky at all either. He's going to try and salvage this as much as he can, but that's a second now lead for the Brazilians. Do they have the Brazilians? As I pointed out earlier, Clover and all the rest of his teammates. Oh, that's Clover out. Zemius needs to fight. And who is that ahead of him? That's Lele. As Lele's in the lead now, he's going to lose a bunch of time, but Zemius, so risky, falls off. Zemius brought in so much risk, but they still are going to save time. Good job by them trying to save it.
This is the final. This is the final rotation.
Final rotation, and it's a 3v1. Oh, it's a 2v1 now. Raptor is the only one who could keep this together for the Brazilians here. If he makes a mistake on this ice, it's all over. Intellectric needs to push. Look at the speed he has. He's gonna go wide. He pulls himself. And oh no! Oh, what a snipe! What a snipe! No way! No way! What a snipe!
Did he hit the finish?
No, he didn't hit the finish, but he clipped on the jump in. He clipped as he got onto the last platform. His back wheel just clips onto the plastic. It slows him down. And as he jumped off, oh my goodness, he jumps off, and he lost so much speed that he got overtaken in the end there. I think it was by Intellectric.
Yeah, I thought that they had it in the bag when there was the bonk right on the pole. I thought that they were free. They had that in the bag, and just the slight clip. It's
what
these
a
small
gut punch.
mistakes.
It's a gut punch. That's not even a mistake. That's just unlucko bucko. That is... Oh, man. I'd be pissed.
I mean, I'm
Radiaxo. I'm calling Nadio. I'm suing them, you know? Like, you made me lose $10 in this Royal Nations Cup. Oh, my goodness.
I don't believe that we noted it earlier, but the prize pool for the whole competition is $333.
Yeah, and it's separated by only the top 4 teams, isn't it? Is it not?
I believe so. It may just be the top 3.
Ooh, it might be the top 3. Well, we have the top 4 teams at the current moment. Who will be playing up against who?
So we will be having the Netherlands and World Mix against each other for the semifinal, and Germany and the United States will be playing in the second match.
So this one's a lot tougher than most people realize here. Dutch, yeah, they struggled up against the Brazilians, but I think these were the maps that they weren't exactly that strong on, right? They were strong on the other 5 maps, if I recall, when it came to the group play. But they're up against the world, right, who are looking super, super strong after putting away the French. I mean, if they put away the French that strongly, I don't know how the Dutch actually make it through here. And when it comes to Germany versus the USA, I mean, this is going to be a tough one, a tough ask for the USA, is it not?
No, I'm completely with you there. I think the U.S. is going to have an uphill battle throughout these couple maps. Germany has just, their consistency has been unmatchable for today. Getting first in the group stage, taking the win in the quarterfinal. It's hard to beat them, but they have the chance.
But it's not a situation where if you can't beat them, join them, right? Because if you can't beat them, you can't join them either. So this is a rough situation to be in. If you're the Americans here, you gotta pull through with something spectacular. You can't just hope for mistakes out of the German side, though they do exist, right? They do make mistakes from time to time. This needs to be flawless out of the Americans.
Yes, they're going to have to not miss a single section, keep as much speed as possible, pretty much just driving like world record lines through most of these sections. And as we're getting the map pool coming in, we're starting off with do a 360 for the first map, which the Germans have been known to completely dominate.
Yeah, I mean, that is a map where, I mean, the Germans are really good at cutting, right? And of course, when you can do such a thing, it's very easy to just go ahead and win most of those rounds, right? If you're the US here, you gotta hope that the cutter makes a mistake at that point. And I don't know if 2 players are going for the cut at this point in time, are they? So
from what it looked like it was just 1, keeping 2 staying on the consistent, regular way.
Makes sense at this point in time. So do a 360 will be the first map. What's the second map then?
We have What's Up for the second map. Freewheeling for the third, the Royal of Dirt and Ice for the fourth, and Dirt Shift for the fifth.
Ooh, Dirt Shift. That is one that I'm actually afraid of seeing for the last map. I would be so afraid of doing Dirt Shift as the last map, because that's not even a game of inches. That's a game of seconds. Not even seconds. That's milliseconds. That'll separate the top 4.
If we make it to map 5, that will be one of the closest races we have today.
I do agree. As do a 360, I think this will be the largest gap out of all 5 of them because of just how strong the Germans are on this. I don't see how the Americans win this one unless they fail their skips. And when it comes to the Dutch against the world, I mean, the world has a cutter of their own, but they've made mistakes every single time on this map, so the Dutch have a good chance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this was the map that they had gone out early in round 3 of the group stage.
Yes, it was.
So we'll see here. This could be given a round to the Netherlands first.
Do a 360 has never been done cleanly by the world. Let's see if third time's the charm as we're down into the match, into the start position here. Clover's not even going to go for this. As Marius, ooh, he's gonna get a weird landing. Ass boost there, and he'll get the speed. Zemius finishes as well. So everyone relatively close, except for the Dutch, who are slightly behind. That's not what you like to see, as their job is to beat up the world here. And Marius, that's not a 360, that is just a 180, but still, it's a finish, and that's all that matters. Team World, though, take the lead over the Dutch, and the Americans take the lead over the Germans as the cut's going to come through here. Rulemaker will take the cut, but he's going to take it slowly. He's going to take the safe way for that cut. And so, obviously very easy to mess that one up, but they went for the safe, and that's all that matters, right? So, at this point in time, ooh, everyone making a mistake here on this map. On this red section, and so the world falling behind, and so the Dutch now, the good opportunity, the Dutch with an amazing opportunity. Look at the time! Look at the time! And so with resets out of the USA here, they're going to need to go for this cut, and looks like Rulemaker's going to go for it. Fully goes for it. Oh, he doesn't land it. Sag. And so right now, it's all down to whether the Dutch get it down pat. It looks like it was a mistake out of the Germans, and now the Americans are right up tight with them. And the Dutch got their 5th. Ooh, it's all down to whether the world can get the cut down. Subbot misses, and he's gonna reset, and so no cut for the Germans here. Marius would need to save this one. And now it's going to be a fight between Marius and the Americans here. Rulemaker had to reset, and Marius finishes it just fine. And the Dutch will get second. And so the Germans and the Dutch will win map number 1. Wow. Well done by both teams here.
US had a great chance to try and come back here with the world missing on their cut, but they just seemed to mess up that start of the black section. It was just getting them set up not the best.
Well, the world and the USA fail in their chance here to go up 1-0. The Germans and Dutch up 1-0, and the Dutch have won 4 maps in a row at this point in time on a bit of a hot streak, but so are the Germans. So luckily for both of those teams, they're not facing each other.
Yeah.
At this point in time, the Americans, though, that looked a bit rough, right? They had the opportunity, as you said, especially with Marius needing to finish the safe way. Mm-hmm. That was the opportunity for the Americans. They just could not finish.
Yeah, on the first black finish, they came back and they were only 0.6 seconds behind. Yeah. And from there, if they were just keeping it safe, which I believe they were trying, but it was a little bit of a struggle to make that first jump, it just kind of cost them the round.
Now, what's up is up next here as we get on going onto the map. Who do you think has the advantage on this one? Because you said the Germans had the advantage on the last one. What about this one?
It's really a tough one. I feel like it's got to be either the Germans or the world here, because they have kept this map probably the most consistent so far today, that it's going to be tough to beat them on the speed. And as I say that, we had Nicky Hawk just fall through the hole on the risky finish on green.
That's a little bit rough, is it not?
Just slightly. Just slightly.
It's still behind by a second over the Dutch, but I mean, it's still doable, right? A comeback is still
completely doable
at this point in time. The Dutch, though, taking a nice lead, and you see a nice fight between the Americans and the Germans here, who are only 0.2 separated. I wish my parents were 0.2 separated instead of 50 million years. Anyway, currently the Dutch in the lead over the world, and the world right now going to go for a comeback. It's going to be rough for them, though, is it not? To come back when the Dutch have such a massive lead over... Well, never mind, I guess.
I mean, this section, it's all about getting the perfect line because there's certain parts where you can land, and instead of just keeping your grip, you start sliding out, and that's costing you a lot of time there. It's on these bumpers here. You want to land, keep the grip, don't slide out, and make that jump to the finish.
And with that perfect line there, as you called it, that is now the lead for the Germans, who are in third. Plenty of time, though. I think there's still time for at least 2 more cycles. Maybe even 3.
Possibly 3, but it may be 2, depending on how much bonus time these teams have.
Right, and right now, as the Germans are extending their lead to over a third of a second here, the Dutch have fallen way too far behind to really catch up, unless there's a massive mistake out of Team World here, as Marsodix, what a line out of him. And that is going to just nail that one in the coffin there for Team World. They're going to take the lead as the Germans and the Americans. It's going to be close. They have enough time. 6 seconds. Let's see it. Oh, who's got it? It's going to be the Americans. Oh no, that's terrible for Germany. That is detrimental AF.
What a
that is bad.
At the end. That's the bonus time that I'm talking about. Like that, yeah. It can be so help or hurt just depending on the map, as well as how clean you get through.
Germany also got 9, so they all had the bonus time. It's just that Germany made the mistake.
Wow.
They all got 9 in the end, yeah. What a mistake there are the Germans. That's a brain fart.
Yeah, I mean, it's a full speed map. You got to keep that full speed.
And so both teams are tied. Everyone has 1 point at this point. So at least we're going to go to map number 4 at minimum, and a good chance now to see map number 5.
I think it's quite possible with the 2 maps we have coming up with Freewheeling and Royal Dirt and Ice, because I can't tell. I feel like the U.S. could be able to take Freewheeling here as well as the Netherlands, but they may not on the next map, Royal Dirt and Ice.
While we wait here to get into the black sections, I want to thank Trackmania BR for the raid here. Welcome to all the Brazilians. I don't know how to say thank you in Portuguese. I know how to say it in French, in Spanish, in Italian, but I don't know it in Portuguese. I'm sorry.
You're trying.
Thank you.
You're trying.
All right, I'll say it in every other language. Merci, gracias, grazie, but I don't know in Portuguese. I'm sorry, boys. As obrigado. All right, obrigado, I guess.
So
obrigado.
We could take a look at the red section here as Sambat tried to go for the inside line, and Valpro makes it.
Wow.
That's the speed I'm talking about. That's just, it gets you pushed so far ahead now. You're going to see probably a second or 2. Yeah.
And they were behind.
That's that section, that cut, it's inconsistent, but making it, that's why you got one person sending this. It's so helpful to get that extra time to be ahead and then try and keep your momentum going.
And now it's all down to this cut, right? As Sombot makes a mistake, and he was ahead for the Germans. So Lars is going to need to make a small comeback here. As, yeah, this is going to be rough here for them, as they need to stay ahead of the Americans, who are behind by 1.4, but the Americans are very, very capable of coming back on this map. And the Dutch here, they are 2 seconds behind the world, as Bullpro's going to go for this massive cut, and he makes it. No slowdown either. This is going to be a massive lead for the world. Massive, massive, massive. That's 3.5 seconds now. And for the Germans, it's also 2.5 seconds over the Americans with a nice cut of their own. So both the top teams here, who we expected to go through, have shown their prowess in the cuttage. Very nicely done here by both of them. And now, with 14 seconds left, only one more section left to go. No more time for another one, so this is do or die. Team World need to get this one down pat. So do the Germans. If everyone gets a slowdown, this will be so detrimental, but there will be no slowdown. There will be no mistakes, and both the world and the Germans... Wait, what happened to the world?
I think they ran out of bonus time right as they were going through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But they still had more than the Netherlands, at least.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that's all that matters.
That's putting Germany and the world ahead with 2-1 now as we move on to a Royal of Dirt and Ice. This is where we could possibly see us going on to a 5th map, but Germany and world just need to hold out to make it to the finals.
If BroPro does not get that slowdown in the end, he doesn't have that heart attack where he doesn't have enough bonus time, right? But at least they finished ahead, and that's all that matters when you're Team World at this current point in time. Now, map number 4 here, a Royal of Dirt and Ice. This is going to be tough for the Dutch and the Americans here because they need to come back, and they need to come back hard.
They really do, because Dirt Shift, I believe for the US at least, it's probably one of their best maps out of the whole pool. So if it gets there, they will be banking on that to try and get them in.
When it comes to the Dutch, though, what do you think their best map is between these two?
Oh, it's hard to tell, because with Dirt Shift everyone is so close there, but I mean, I really couldn't say. If they can pull this one out, they'll still have a chance in Dirt Shift. I feel like it could be anybody's game there.
The Americans, oh no, mistake by the Americans here on blue makes them lose 3 seconds, well 2 seconds over the Germans at least, as the world have a 1 second advantage over the Dutch. Don't forget, it's a 1v1 and two 1v1s happening at the same time. The Germans up against the Americans and the world up against the Dutch, and right now both teams are ahead of their competition by at least 2 seconds, as Sombot makes it through very, very nicely as we see the black section here for the first time, as yeah, this is going to be looking very, very good for both the world and the Germans. No big mistakes out of both of them, unless Hawk Nicky here makes a mistake. Nicky Hawk, sorry, makes a mistake. No mistake, though. And so they'll stay ahead of their competition. Everyone's gone through, but with 3.5, 4.5 seconds of a difference, right? It would take a massive mistake out of the top 2 teams right now. And otherwise, that's it. We're not even going to see Dirt Shift.
Yeah, it's looking like we're going to have one more cycle after this, and this is probably their last chance to be able to take this round back.
Well, last chance, Andy, here for every single team. The Dutch behind by 3.7, the Americans behind by 5.1. Can they make it work here? I don't think they can. 2 Germans, 2 world players are more than fast enough to make it to the top, get the 7th cycle in time. The Dutch get the 7th, so do the Americans, but it's not fast enough. And so we've got our grand finals actually picked out so already. We got the world against the Germans. Hey, I heard this one before. About 80 years ago, though.
We'll see how it turns out compared to last time.
We'll see. We'll see. As I don't know. Team World won last time. I think I got to get on that World train, despite the fact that they got 15th in one of the group stage matches. I mean, they won last time, right? They still need to be the favorites to win this time, don't you think?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm rooting for Germany all the way here for the end.
All right.
I think that Germany has a chance to take this, and I think they're ready to fight for it.
I don't think there's too much of a discrepancy here, right? Because Germany and World are barely separated by anything, right? And when we saw those matches, right, sometimes the World won, sometimes Germany won. There was no clear-cut winner. And I think we're going to need more than 5 maps, but sadly, all we get is 5. So for this final, it's going to be really rough. Best 3 out of 5, that's all we can say, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we head into the grand finals. Stick around. We'll be back shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Consolidation Finals. I'm so dumb. Well, the Final Four, really, right? But first we get our fight for third place for the last podium position slot, and then we'll have the Grand Finals. My name's Quantum Deathcat, here with Takeo. I'm still pointing to the wrong side. I'm such a bad caster. Takeo, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. We're moving on into the Consolation Finals and Finals, where we're going to have a map pool pick and ban from the teams instead of just getting them randomized. So we're going to be having each team start off with banning one map from the pool, and then we'll have a coin flip decide the order of the picks. The winner of the coin flip picks the first and third. The loser picks second and fourth, and then the fifth map is going to be randomized from the ones they did not ban or pick.
Right, so they'll be randomized from the 4 maps remaining, correct?
Correct.
So that is what is up. So it's their map pool. The map pool is 10 maps for those who don't know, which means with 4 maps being picked, the last one being random, there's 6 remaining, 2 get banned, 4 remaining, and so one of 4 maps will get chosen at random if we need the 5th map. And that is a big if, because USA versus the Netherlands is up here, and I mean, the Netherlands looked very, very good up against Team World, despite the fact that they lost. They looked very, very solid because they never came in last once, right? They were always ahead of another team, and most of the time that was the US. And if that happens again here, this is trouble.
I feel like the Consolation Finals and the Finals, these are going to be 2 very close matches. These teams, they may not have seemed the best when it was looking at the semifinal there. Both teams kind of winning 3-1. But here we're going to see, I feel like we're going to see 5 maps both ways.
I could see it happening. I for some reason, right, I just feel like there's going to be an upset alert here where the Dutch are just going to, I don't know, something's just telling me 3-0. Dutch.
Thinking 3-0, wow.
I something in my gut, well, I'm not pointing to my gut, but something in me is telling me that it's going to be 3-0, and I don't know what it is. I don't know why. Because it's an illogical pick, too, right? Because the Americans drove better for most of the day so far.
Yeah, they have been driving better for pretty much every round. But looking at the previous semifinals, the Netherlands were above them for every match except for the second.
Yeah, which, I mean, yeah, they were very strong on that one. They were extraordinarily strong, not gonna lie.
All right, now
oh boy, well, should we talk about one last thing before we go live into this matchup here? Should we talk about the prize pool, if you know anything about it?
Give me just a second. I could tell you how they're giving that out, because the mapping competition winner, I believe, also receives a slight prize.
Which would be Clover in this case, correct?
Yes. So it looks like the way they have it set up, the prize pool is actually going to be 3/4 of it to the winning team, and the other 4th is for the mapping competition winner.
Okay, so straight up just whoever's in first gets all the money.
It said, reading the rules, it said if the prize pool grows sufficiently enough, the second and third place teams may also get rewarded with a value that is still yet to decide. So I believe that's going to be up to Kira and the rest of the hosts to kind of work that out. But I think with the prize pool that we have right now, I feel like second and third will be receiving some sort of compensation.
Yeah, because it's very close to $400, the prize pool at the current moment, right? So 100 of that will go to Clover, for sure. And the 300 will be probably separated down through the top 3 teams. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be like 150 for first, 100 for second, and 50 for third. That's what I'm gonna guess.
Could be, but we're just gonna be waiting to hear from them.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that it comes down to. Speaking of coming from them, have you heard anything about the map bans yet?
I am looking right now in the game. I think they're getting it set up with Project Plastic, Hole-in-One, Dirt Shift, and Colored Pipes, with the last one being... Oh, that was banned. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the first maps are the banned ones. So, first 2 maps that got banned... Project Plastic, come on, man. You can't ban that. Who dares ban that?
I feel like it's not a bad choice from them coming as it is the mapper's map. Or one of the Netherlands players' maps.
Right. Obviously, if you're the US here, you want to take away as much advantage as you can from the Dutch. And obviously taking away what likely is their best map, right, is probably the smartest choice.
Yeah, I would think that it's their best map as they have the mapper on their team, but there's still a few other maps where it can swing both ways. Thinking about Dirt Shift, Jump, Freewheeling, all very close matches that we've had so far today.
All very, very close. Hopefully, we get word on what the prize pool and the map pool looks like for this matchup. Because you're fighting for money, right? If you're fighting for this third place, most likely. So you're fighting for either no money or money. That's on the line here, and that's on your mind when you're driving. Who do you think has the better mental when it comes to that then? Because obviously that will affect how you drive.
For the better mental, I think I'm going to have to give it to the Netherlands here. I feel like, from being from the US team, I feel like they sometimes can get a little shaky, but they can still get their head in the right space and make it through.
I think that's just a perfect way to say it. I think they are good enough to win it, but when it comes to the mental game, I think the Dutch have what it takes to clutch it out. So, with that being said, we're going to go into the match very, very soon. Hopefully we know what the map bans are. Not just the map bans, but the map picks, what they are very, very shortly. And hopefully Kira can then confirm what the total prize pool will be. As you said, a quarter of it goes to the mapping competition winner, which is Clover, so around $100 goes to Clover.
Yeah,
just for making an amazing map.
Yeah. And so looking in game right now at the chat, it looks like we were going to have a Royal of Dirt and Ice was banned by the Netherlands, and the US banned Project Plastic, with us then going to be having, looks like a hole-in-one, colored pipes, bouncy puddles, still getting queued up.
All right, so at that point, that makes sense, right? Because hole-in-one was a very strong map for the US. So that makes a lot of sense. When it comes to pipes, alright, I could see the Dutch, why they would pick that. And then what are the last two maps, as you said?
They're still getting added in right now. Waiting on the word.
I think Clover gave the money to the prize pool to the competition, but not sure. I think... I don't know, because obviously it says in the rules, right, that the mapper of the mapping competition, obviously, gets the quarter. So I don't know if you would necessarily give that back into the prize pool for the players, unless he wants to double dip, right, and thinks that the Dutch team can win it all, right? So instead of taking the 100 for himself, he has a better chance at winning more for his team.
We'll have to see. This was all based off the prize pool when the rulebook was first put out, so changes are going to be made slightly there, but I think for the most part, it is going to be split up for the first, second, and third team.
Hopefully it is, as the players seem to be ready, and we're going to head into the match now. Map number 1, and it's going to be Dirt Shift. Xemius, Intellectric, and Clover. And they're going to be up against their American counterparts here in Rafter, North, and Rulemaker. It's going to be a very tough one for both teams, but whoever is just faster overall in through the loops will be the winners here, as Rulemaker has a very, very nice start with the cheat of, well, not the cheat, but he just cheated off the start there via the early respawn. Intellectric now takes the lead over the Americans, though a small clip will lose him a bit of speed. So he's still in the lead by quite a bit, but it's nothing much. 75 milliseconds now as we head onto the black sector now. We saw 12 loops being done on this map before Rulemaker with a wicked flip, as Clover now is in the lead for the Dutch, but he's slow, and so North will overtake, and North might just put this one right through at the start here. Yeah, it's half a second that separates the Americans and the Dutch here. As for the moment, Clover is the one. Oh, everyone from the US, they bonked. They all flew off. They all made a mistake. And as long as Clover finishes this strongly, oh, look at the time difference this will be. And that is massive. Half a second. And we thought the Dutch were in trouble, and it's now the Americans. Everyone make the mistake. As Intellectric now in a 1v1 with North. North going a little bit high. He'll get less speed. Intellectric and him, they're inside of each other, but North, can he keep it together? Does he have the speed? Yes, he does! And so they come back down from 7/10. And this is incredibly intense, as Rafter right now has a massive lead over everyone else. He doesn't bonk it either, but Clover and Zemius have plenty of speed, but in case Rafter makes a mistake, he has his compatriot right behind him. Zemius, though, and Clover. Oh, wait, that's a mistake on a Rafter! This could be it! Oh, this could be it! Oh no, is there time?
I don't think there is.
There
I
time?
think there might be no time. I think this is going to be it for this round.
This was so back and forth, and with the mistake out of Rafter there. Not Rafter, sorry, but Rulemaker. And now Rafter being overtaken by all the Dutch players. There is no more time. There is no more space. And the US. Oh my goodness. That was so back and forth.
Raf was out in the lead for that round right before, and he just took it a little too inside, clipped a wheel, and lost all his speed on that dirt in the end.
The US had half a second of a lead getting into the black section, right? And then they threw it all away. The Dutch come back, and then off of a cheeky little respawn, they get themselves so much speed that they're up ahead by a quarter of a second, and then in the last little spot that they could, right? In the last little spot that there was, is where the US throw it away. And the Dutch come through, win map number 1, which was their map pick. So, all in one now, the USA's pick. This one better go their way, because or else they're in trouble. They're going to take a small lead off of the start here. Rulemaker with an incredible respawn off of his own, and he's going to grab a big lead. Now, it's now a quarter of a second. Look at Rafter here. Oh, but he completely bonks! And that should not have happened. That is some BS on everyone's end, and everyone just had a miserable time of the blue section. As we're now on Intellectric, it's a little bit slow off of that jump. Wait, where is Intellectric? Oh, Intellectric flew off. He didn't get it, and so even though he was so far ahead, he did not get the cycle down. Look at Rulemaker. He's got so much speed, but does he have the finish? Oh, he's sideways. Does he get it? Oh, he does. Barely does. And so that speed that he brought, the risk that he took, allows the US. But, oh, Intellectric had the opportunity to tie up. They can't do so. And, oh no! All of the US fail! The entirety of the US fail! Oh no, is this finished?
It could be. There's a full minute left for the Netherlands to make a slight mistake here, but it is not looking good for Team US.
Very not good here for the US here. A lot of replayability though on this map as... Oh no, they mess it up again! Oh, this is terrible! Oh, this is... Is it over?
I think it could be at this point.
45 seconds left to catch back 20 seconds. This is it. And as the Dutch here, once they get on 9, it'll be, there you go. They're on 9, 17 seconds the difference. And barely enough that time. As Rafter, wow, nice little job there by Raptor and North and Rulemaker to try and get ahead back onto the same cycle. But they're catching up not fast enough. They're separated by 15 seconds. There's not even that much time left, except for bonus time, of course, but they would need the entirety of the Dutch to make a mistake here, and even then, it is still over no matter what. Wow. And the Dutch are up 2-0. What? How did my gut know? My gut felt something.
It might be a caster's blessing, not even a curse. You just speak it into existence. You just say what's going to happen.
You know what's the worst part? Is that's not the first time I've done that.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Some games, I could just make a winner, right? Out of... Like, I could... Everything I say, instead of a caster curse, it's a caster's blessing. And in this case, North saying the easy comeback here... That's going to be a rough one. It is possible, of course, but there are only 3 opportunities left, 3 maps to do it on, and only 1 mistake. And no mistakes left that can be made.
Yeah, I would like to see if we could give this a test. Like, could you maybe just say that the US is going to tie it up at least, and just see what happens?
No, because then they'll caster curse them, right? I mean, to be fair, the U.S. are good enough to tie this up, right? They are good enough to do it. Will they do it is a different question, as we already see North falling off. Let's see if... Well, there you go. It's close off the start, but because the Dutch are ahead slightly here, it's Electric going for it, going for the risk. I mean, that was well worth it, as... I mean, it's early on in the match. You can allow yourself to go for that.
Yeah, and especially just having one person go for the cut. It's okay when you have the rest of the team making sure that they at least get the finish.
The US have completely failed this. Look at that. Look at how far behind they are. Oh no. This is bad. This is smelling like a fire here. Not a good one at that, but everyone gets a bad rotation there of the turn. And everyone got messed up by it. Everybody did. And so right now, onto the black section. This is where the USA made their comeback in the past. Can the Dutch now take the lead? They will. Off the start here, and it's 0.3 of a second of a lead. And they're going to have quite a big one here to come back from if... Oh, North makes a mistake, and he was the furthest one ahead. And so... Oh, okay, everyone fell off. All right. Literally everyone but one person made a mistake. And that's the US. That has to be, right? That's it. That's it, right?
We still have another full minute. Like, you can't just count anything out yet. Fails are still possible. Small mistakes can still give up time.
It's still close. 6 seconds. It's massive. That's a massive amount of time. That would be all 3 players making a mistake here. And you can see the Dutch players playing to perfection now, but is it too little, too late, right? Obviously, they're pushing as hard as they possibly can. The Americans are already through. 30 seconds left. They're catching up a second per cycle, but a second per cycle, nowhere near enough. There's only 2 cycles left here. As Electric makes it through, so too do the Americans. 5.2 now. The time's coming down, but if they were closer, I would believe. There is no more believing on my end. No believers in chat either. All doubters. And for good reason, because there is no more time. It is 2-1 favor of the Dutch. But a win for the Americans. They are 1/3 of the way back. Don't call it a comeback just yet, though.
Now we'll be moving on to Bouncy Puddles next, which is one of the ones where you've seen teams have a lot of issues with this, the finish on the black section. That final bounce onto the pipe to just get a fast line into the finish hasn't been going the best. People have been falling in the water, getting hit by the spinner, and maybe just losing their whole run. It's been a tough battle for some people.
Extremely tough. Oh man. The US played so well, though, in that match, didn't they? They put it all together in the end. Though I feel like they safed it during the ending. That's why they were losing half a second per cycle. I don't think the Dutch would have won that necessarily had they actually, like, not failed a whole black cycle, right?
I agree with you. It looked like they had much more speed for their finish when they got on the final pipe there. So they were starting to kind of get ahead a little bit on the black section, but that one mistake just cost them that round.
Oh, well, no 3-0. My gut was wrong, I guess. As we head on to now Bouncy Puddles. And this one is going to be very, very interesting as Intellectric wins out the round here. Looking good for the Dutch off of the start, but it's not over till the fat lady sings. And, of course, US love that saying, but the Dutch have a massive lead right now. And, oh no, that's Rulemaker making a mistake, and that's going to be them behind by a second. Wow, that's more than a second. That's 1.8 seconds now that they're behind on. Ooh, this is bad. This is not looking too hot. They're going to need to come back on the black cycles.
As well on red, we may see some people try and start sending this inside line once you get to the plastic right turn. They might just clip their wheel and take the fast inside right to try and gain some time, but it gives a bad landing for the pipe that could be risky. As you see Zemius up there going for it.
But his other teammates went very well, so he could risk for it as long as they saved it. That's all that matters. Intellectric keeps it far and ahead, but Raptor, the only one of the Americans who was able to keep up, still 3 seconds behind. As the Dutch right now, they're looking electric. Oh my goodness, 1 minute left on the clock to do the black section as many times as possible. And Intellectric, the only player who could keep the Dutch ahead of the Americans if they could keep it fast. Oh no, he crashes it! The Americans are back! Just like that! 3 seconds down, they're now 3 seconds up.
That's what I was talking about with this end. It is such a risky one for that bounce onto the pipe. It has gotten so many people, and we still see it taking out teams now. As well as getting that landing off the 180, trying to keep that speed is a little bit risky for some people.
2.8 seconds now. The last time we'll be playing on this map here when it comes to these two teams. Let's see if the Americans can get it done or if the Dutch have what it takes here. One American falls off. There is no time though. Barely any. And, oh! Okay. One player from the Americas made it through. And that's all that mattered. I thought all three of them failed there. That gave me a heart attack. I had a heart attack, and you know what? I guess you can now call it a comeback. We're tied at 2, and the reverse sweep is now on the cards.
Going into the final map with What's Up, this is the full speed map that we have seen. Both teams have a little issue with keeping the speed on the end, but at the moment it looks like it's anyone's game. This black section is going to be the make or break. Keep your speed. Yeah, you have to keep the speed. Don't get them drift lines, and make sure you make it to the end.
How poetic is it that North America in this competition have to rely on a North American mapper to stay alive in this competition? Wanton from Canada. I do believe this is his the only North American map, is it not? In this map pool.
I believe so, but I would have to check just to make sure. But I do believe you're right.
And the only North American team left, the US here, they need to rely on this one. But Intellectric looking very, very strong off the start. I do believe he reset though, so the Americans... No, he didn't. No. It looked like he did, but he did not. Good. Very, very good for the Dutch there, as the Americans now... They're going to need to perform a nice little comeback here. As Clover has a nice lead over North. And North 7/10 behind. And so now as we get on to Red. A nice respawn here by Rulemaker allows him very, very close access to the Dutch, though he does release to stay alive on the track. And so he does still gain a bit of time, but he could have gained so much more. As now it's Rafter up against the Dutch. There are Rafter and North up against two Dutch players of their own as they head onto the black section for the first time. Very nicely done here by Rafter. Will he be the one to take the lead? He will. And they're not separated by much here. 71 milliseconds now. 1 minute left on the clock.
These teams need to focus on their reset timings here because that can make or break it when we have this close of the brown.
The Dutch take back the lead. 167 milliseconds, though, is the difference, as we can see right now. Ooh, the Dutch slightly ahead of the Americans. It's not by much, though, as we can see North trying. Ooh, he does not have the speed, though. So it's all down to Rafter, and Rafter is behind another Dutch player. 2 tenths now will separate them. With 30 seconds left, plus bonus time, there's only, I do believe, 2 more loops to do of this.
There's at max 2, but it may just be 1, depending on the bonus time that these teams have.
Yeah. 14, 13, yeah, there's going to be another one. And so it all comes down to whether Intellectric can get this in, because he's the one ahead. Intellectric, if you make a mistake here, the Americans could come back and put this one away, but Intellectric's in the lead. Can he keep it together? Oh, Rulemaker can't. And he was the one ahead for the Americans. It's 9 on the board. The Dutch make it through. And it was a scary time because the Americans won 2. But it's all over. USA get 4th, and the Dutch get 3rd.
What a round. I mean, it's just back and forth on all these maps. It has been...
Oh, man.
It's been wild. I don't know.
Whoo! Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a tournament so far. And we still have one more match after this, right? We still have Germany versus the world.
We still have to get their maps in. Do you have a guess for what they may be choosing here?
Oh, listen, I'd want to think that we'll have a Project Plastic, right, at the front here, and I'm not going to be surprised if either team picks it because it is a make or break map, right? And if you're feeling confident on it and you feel like the other team isn't as much, you're going to make that choice, obviously. Do a 360 for the Germans, I think, is a no-brainer as their map pick, unless, obviously, the Dutch ban it, the world ban it. And so, in my opinion, the world should do a 360, but Project Plastic would likely be their pick.
Yeah, I feel like we can see Project Plastic. Part of me feels like Colored Pipes could still show up again, as well as Dirt Shift.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised for Dirt Shift because of how close the matches are, right? It's all down to respawn abuse as well.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about the choice of Freewheel and Jump, 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 or Royal of Dirt and Ice, because I feel like both teams are really strong there, but I don't think that's going to be their first or second pick for any of these.
Do you feel like Hole-in-One gets banned by the Germans?
I don't think that it would be banned. I feel like it might just be left there, and it could have a chance of being our 5th map.
I feel so as well, because I feel like none of the teams would ban it per se, but they don't want to play it either, right? They're gonna leave it up to chance and see what can happen, right? I think that's the best way both teams will go about it, as you have the map pool, my good sir.
At the moment, they are making it in chat. The German team has won the coin flip, so they'll be banning the first one, and they're banning Project Plastic.
Oh man, of course they'd ban Project Plastic, so the map winner of the mapping competition won't even get to see his map getting played in the grand finals. What is the second ban then? But it has to be Do a 360, right? By
You
the
would be
world?
wrong.
What?
It is Dirt Shift.
Oh no, Dirt... Wait, that means Germany has to Do a 360 at this point, right? There's no rhyme or
I feel
reason
there's
they don't.
no way. There's no way they don't. But at the same time, we did have Team World. They did have one person that was sending the same black cut.
True.
So we'll see.
But they've not been clean on it, right? They are 0 for 3 on the map when it comes to cleanliness, and the Germans are 3 for 3 when it comes to it. So I don't think that was a good choice, but maybe, just maybe, it'll come down to that, and they'll be very happy they went with that choice. What is map number 1?
Map number 1 coming from the German team is Freewheeling, surprisingly.
Freewheeling map number 1. And I could see here that map number 2, which was picked by the world, was hole in 1. That is very interesting. I'm surprised that they went for hole in 1. They didn't look too strong on it, but then again, it's all based on cycles because of the moving objects, and the US were really the best ones at that. I feel like the Germans and the world were so tight on that map that I don't feel safe picking it from either team.
Yeah.
What's map number 3?
Map number 3 is a Royal of Dirt and Ice.
Wait, so Germany does not do a 360?
No.
Oh.
It is not on the list, and it's not been picked. So we do have the 4th map in as well.
Confusing. What is the 4th map then?
Colored pipes, we're going back there.
Colored pipes, that makes sense. It's a very nice and equal match. Just watch do a 360 be the 5th map. Just to gut punch us all and be absolutely detrimental here. What is the 5th map, Takeo?
I'm waiting for it to show up. It's about to be there. And our final map for the finals is gonna be... I was hoping it would be added in by now. We'd give it just like a couple more seconds. Hold up.
I was sitting there. Oh man. Well, we know it's not Project Plastic, right? Which is
It is, yes. It is not Project Plastic, and it's not going to be Dirt Shift either.
No, Dirt Shift would have been very nice as a map 5, though. That would have been insane as a map 5. But what is our 5th map, Takeo?
The surprising one where we saw a good bit of fails in our constellation. It is Bouncy Puddles.
Oh boy, Bouncy Puddles. This one's going to be rough, I think, as a map number 5. But it's going to be very nice to watch as... Man, we don't do a 360. I'm perplexed by that pick by Germany.
I'm honestly a little shocked too. I would have thought do a 360 was going to be first choice.
Because of how much they... Not just dominated on it, but the lack of discipline by Team World on it, too, right? It was just a map that they weren't so strong on, weren't so hot on, while Germany was dominating every single time. So, alright, let's get into it. We have Germany versus the world. And I got the world, you got Germany. Who do you have in chat? I don't know if any mods are in chat. Whether it is SRK, maybe CD is watching, maybe Berserk is watching. If you guys want to make a poll. Oh wait, we can't. We're not even partnered. What am I talking about? We can't do polls. I'm sad now.
That's okay.
I keep forgetting that we can't gamba our channel points on a channel that has no channel points. Yeah, that's true, right, Mang? SRK being up this late is impossible. That's like me being up past 10. I'm never up past 10. Neither is SRK. He actually has a normal sleep schedule like me.
Somebody from Trackmania has a normal sleep schedule.
I mean, to be fair, I don't play the game, right? So I can't play it. It's not that I don't play the game, it's that I can't play it with my GPU being fried. So that is just unfortunate in and of itself.
Maybe next time we could have a little bit of the prize pool set aside to help you get back into the game.
Hey, listen, I've been doing Trackmania for a year and a half now, and honestly, it's been so fun to do casts for this community, all practically for free, right? Like, I think giving that to the community has been so nice because of course you can't pay your rent in praise and in attention, but that's not what I've been after, right? I've been after experience, I've been after so many other things, but payment was not one of them, because my form of payment is just having fun, having a blast casting.
Well, you do wonderful with it.
Into the match we go. Marius, Sunbot, Lars are going to be playing against the World team here, as that is going to be very nicely done by the World. They're going to start us off strong here, as Lars with a very nice respawn abuse there. You got BoPro, who's going to get second place, just slightly behind, and it's half a second now. Actually, very, very large. It's a larger gap than I expected, actually.
Some of these sections with the freewheeling, like, you can accidentally overturn and just lose more speed than you were meaning. As you see, BoPro hit one of the cages there, causing them to lose more time, and they're still falling behind.
Yeah, falling more and more behind as, oh my goodness. BoPro, Marsotics, and, oh, I forgot how to say this person's name.
Nicky Hawk.
Nicky Hawk, there you go. Thank you. I am terrible with remembering abbreviated names like that. I need to get better at that. That's something I need to practice. As right now, you know what else needs some practice? This ending here, because Germany looking very, very strong on it with 1:15 left. They are full risking it, but BoPro is as well, and he needs to get it without ever getting a slowdown. And so, he needs to be able to catch up to Team Germany, and that's not catching up at all. That's a loss of 7/10. And Marsotics making the mistakes. Nicky Hawk making the mistake, and that's it. Right? That is way too much time lost, as BoPro needs to go full risk here, because if he doesn't, his team will be nowhere in this match, and there you go. It is gone. It is finished. And that is it.
I was worried he was hitting the sign the whole time, but there's a hidden flag underneath just to put some more pain into it.
Oh my goodness. That is so rough though for the World, right? They lose 4 seconds on that last one. Of course, there's still 2 tries, but is there really going to be a massive 8-second mistake by the Germans, right? It could happen, but I don't think there's time, is there?
No, not at this point. I think it is going to end with Clownfish could get, or German could get 8 here. I believe they do have the bonus time for that, but World is going to be sitting at 7.
Well, that is rough. 8 for the Germans, 7 for the World. 1-0 for the Germans.
Kira said in chat, well, not World 3-0 like it was in the first time we had this cup.
Yeah, I don't think there would be a 3-0 either, though, so it's... Oh my goodness. It's gonna be tough, right? I think... will it be a 3-0 for Germany? I don't think so. I think the World is better than that. In that sense.
Well, here on Hole in One, we're gonna see who can get the better cycles and just get the good timings.
Well, it's all about timing, right? So it's not even that much about skill. It's just, well, there is skill involved, right? But it's timings, right? And Trackmania timings is a very niche skill to have, right? It's good for Royal, but it's not as good for regular Trackmania in that sense, right? It's not your base Trackmania skill that you need to learn.
Yeah, this one, I mean, as we saw from the consolation finals, the jump into the final finish can be very trollable, though. So the timing is the most important part, but you still have to make sure that when you finish the black section, you make sure to go in. It's so easily trollable, but you just got to stay consistent.
Sunbot and BoPro will get the finishes here for their teams, as BoPro will be slightly ahead. And that's, wow, BoPro. And, okay, the entirety of Team World with that cycle. Nicky Hawk, what a cycle there by Nicky Hawk. Wow, that is beautiful. Marsotics will take it slow, so Nicky Hawk will be ahead, but will they be in the hole? Oh, no one's in the hole. No, oh, that was BoPro in the hole. They lost so much time, though. They lost a second because both Marsotics and Nicky Hawk didn't make it in. Now the Germans are coming back. Marsotics needs to get this in. No way! And the Germans are back! And they're tied! In time, pretty much. And on cycle. Oh, but the Germans get blocked on that one. And there we go. Back to the world being one cycle ahead. If Marsotics can get it in. If BoPro can get it in. At least BoPro got it in. But Marsotics, that's 3 times in a row where he's missed that finish. As Lars gets yeeted out of the way. And they're not on the same cycle at all anymore. Germany are far behind now. They are 2 cycles behind. Man, so many mistakes by both of these teams. This is kind of what I expected on hole-in-one, because just both teams are not necessarily dominant on it, right? And, well, with this lead being 7 seconds now, and I could see the world being in the air now, as somebody... Oh, wow, look at him pushing through, but he needs to go through, and he's looking kind of wide. Is he making it in? Oh, he's going to save some time, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to need to do that a couple more times. $11 now for the world. We might see 12 here. 3.7. And it's all down to BoPro, is it not? It is. Is he in? BoPro. Oh, he makes it in just barely. And look at that. By nothing. By 4/10, we're tied at 1. Down 7 seconds. The world nearly throws that one away.
I mean, what it came down to right there was Lars had a release right after he hit that bumper that almost put him ahead. He got the low line, had enough distance to make it into that finish, but he just wasn't slightly fast enough. What a race.
And poor Marsotics, right? Who... Did he even finish once? He just kept on trying, and he just kept hitting the rim. I mean, I guess it proves that he's good at rimming, but I guess he just can't swish it in.
It happens to the best of us.
I agree. It does happen to the best of us. Because it takes a special skill, right? Because obviously, when you're playing basketball, right, it's obviously hard to swish, but it's also hard to always hit the rim every single time, right? It's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world. It's like hitting the post in hockey. So hitting the post in hockey is a lot harder. But it's not like a skill you can acquire. It's very, very hard to do consistently. So the fact that he was doing it over and over and over again, just something special. As right now, Germany in the lead by a second, heading on to blue on this third map. Oh boy, this is looking solid though for the Germans, as BoPro trying to catch up. Slower. Oh, he's too slow! And the world is behind by 3.6 now! Oh boy!
This is going to take a lot of catching up and hoping that German team maybe hits the slow-mo or does some mistake on this black section, because it's really hard to gain time here unless it's just from mistakes from the other team.
4 seconds now is the difference, right? So it's be very, very tough. 1:18 though to catch back up 4 seconds. They start losing time. This is it though, right? It's going to be 2-1 favor of Germany, and the world will need to come back, as the world has been pretty solid on this map, but Germany, the only other team that was really, really good on this. So as they hit their 5th, let's see what the world gets. Can they get their 5th relatively faster? No, it's the same time. Still 3.9. And there's only, what, 2 more cycles on this?
2 or 3, depending on the bonus time. It's looking like it might just be 2.
I can see 2 here. And BoPro, he's gonna need to be the one who brings this one ahead. He's gonna need to gain some time. Oh, Nicky Hawk slightly behind, having crashed there. BoPro can't slide out here. Would be the worst time for that to happen. But they fall behind by 4.3 as the Clownfish too strong at the moment. They would need the entirety of Germany to crumble at its knees. And that's not happening at the 3rd hour at the current moment. Map number 3. I'm just gonna wait until I say this properly though, as Germany go up the mountain here. Wait, they've all failed. Oh no, okay. Okay, one player made it, but both of them failed that. That could have been the world to steal. Oh my goodness, that was so close. The world is too far behind. Fell too far behind. And they were just too slow in the black section to make it back in front. 2-1 in favor of Germany. And all they need to do now is win one of the next two maps.
As we move on to the colored pipes map, I just would like to say that last year from the Team World, they were on the Clownfish team and had won it.
They were.
But right now we have Germany on the Clownfish team. Could it be tied to the animal?
I mean, we'll have to see, right? Because first of all, they'll need to win, right? And so obviously you have. You obviously have the Clownfish being really strong, but is it... I think the world want to show that it was really just them, right? It wasn't... And they'll do it with the power of the Peacock, right? Obviously. Because they no longer have the Clownfish, right? But they just want to show that the Clownfish is not what gives them power, as the world currently takes a massive lead over the Germans, as everyone who cut made a mistake. 1.4 seconds, though, separates every player now. As, this cycle gonna be rough for the Germans. As, comeback needs to be made now, 2.1 seconds. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really, really tough, actually. Because on colored pipes, there isn't too much time you can come back on.
It's all about this ending on the black section, because the spinners that are on that pipe have caused some teams to get slower run-ups to the end, and that's where teams start gaining on them. So it's all about this ending here and just keeping it clean.
Despite that fact, right, 1:30 with one of the easiest black finishes you can ever find, right? At this point in time, behind by 4.5, you need an entire team meltdown. And at this point in time, 6 for Team World. And the Peacocks are looking to tie up this game. 5.4 second lead. Was it both animals for the same... Wait, were they both on the same animal?
So the animal they were facing before was the flamingos.
So the Germans had flamingos for last time. Okay.
But funny enough, third place winners, who were USA, were the Peafowl.
There you go. All right, that makes sense. As big mistake out of the Dutch there. Oh wait, no, they're ahead. Oh, never mind. It was a big mistake out of the Germans. I didn't even notice they were down by 16 seconds and down by a whole cycle. And well, with this cycle finished here for the Dutch, that's gonna be it. That's GG's. We're going to map 5.
We're going to Bouncy Puddles.
Oh boy, bouncy puddles. Who do you got, ladies and gentlemen? You have the time to type in chat. Who is gonna win? Is it gonna be Marius, Lars, and Sumbot for Team Clownfish, Team Germany here? Or will the Peacocks of Team World, Nicky Hawk, BoPro, and
Marsotix, you had it.
Marsotix, I had it, but I had the T in a different spot. I was about to say Matsonics for some reason. I had Sonics in my head. Anyway, that being said, Team World versus Germany. Last map here. Peacocks versus Clownfish. As we head onto the final map. Oh man.
See, with
you
this
still
map,
have Germany here? You still have Germany?
With this map, I'm unsure. I'm still gonna back Germany, but I really can't. I'm trying to think back on the earlier rounds, but I don't know which team was more dominant on this map.
I think there was no real dominance from either one on this map, right? It felt more like they were doing okay on it, but they weren't necessarily the fastest when it came to this map. I think it's all going to come down to the black section, right? Who can finish it twice the fastest.
As it is, yeah.
But obviously, even if you fall behind earlier on, if you can finish black just that fast, I think you could still pull back ahead.
Yeah, if you can keep that clean line and bounce directly onto the pipe without taking more water than you need, you can gain so much time.
Well, let's see it here as the Germans and the world are gonna fight for this one. Currently, the Germans in the lead, but it's not by much, and it's by very, very little. Sumbot up against his world counterpart. That would be Bopro, who's slightly slower out of that turn. Sumbot looking strong, and that's a very, very strong finish there. That's going to allow them a half-second lead heading into blue. And that's a mistake out of Nicky Hawk. And now Bopro and Marsator, oh my goodness, I keep making this mistake.
Marsadics?
Marsadics, my goodness.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting brain fried at this point. It's been 4 hours, okay? My brain's fried.
You're almost there.
We're halfway there. Okay, I'm not gonna get us copy striked here. As we're both on red here, though 2.6 seconds is now the difference from 0.5. Clownfish right now taking a big lead. Big leaps and bounds for Sumbot as he finishes ahead. But it's the same time for the P-Fouls as Nicky Hawk finishes. And Marsadics crashes that one. Nicky Hawk needs to win this one as well, because Marsadics also made a mistake. And so Sumbot and Lars will fight to try and win this one out. But Nicky Hawk... Can Nicky Hawk put this one together? Yes. 3 seconds now the difference. 45 seconds. Is there time to finish twice more?
I believe so. They're getting, if they keep the end clean as they are, I believe they can get 2 fins more.
Marius and Lars, though, they're looking strong once again. It's looking like everyone from Team Germany made it through and made it through the finish. GoPro makes it through, saves a bit of time, but this would be the last chance. Andy, it's not going to be Marsadics either. Nicky Hawk up against Germany, and that's going to be up against Lars and Sombot. Sombot's made a mistake. Lars slightly behind. GoPro needs to catch up, but no mistakes being made. Germany have won this time around, and the Clownfish win again. And it seemed as if the Clownfish curse, or should I say bless Germany with a win as they win over the world. Ah, man, I'm happy to be allowed to be this enthusiastic about Germany winning against the world.
Oh, dude. It's so nice to see them come back from last year when Team Germany lost to Team World straight 3-0. Didn't have a single point in the final match, and they come back and take them to the 5th map to win it all. And
it's different players, right, on both teams?
Yes, it is.
Despite the fact that they've switched up their rosters just a tiny bit, right? If I recall, Sombot wasn't playing last time, was he?
Sombot was.
He was. So who was it on the other side then?
Last time we had Kix and Hope on the German team.
That's right.
And then on Team World we had Naive and Kelv.
Right, and Bopro stayed obviously, and Sumbot stayed for the Germans. So pretty much that was what stayed. And so this is what you look at the final hurdle here. Germany win map 1, win map 3, and win map 5 to win overall 3-2 over the world in the grand finals. They'll take the grand prize as well, but that doesn't mean that the world won't be getting any money, though we don't know yet what the prize pool is looking like. GG's in chat is well warranted, and I think both teams are still going to be happy with the PayPal receipts they're about to get.
Definitely. I mean, for all of today, for every team, it was amazing, the competition that was put on. Like, teams were here to fight for their spot, and they showed that they belonged. They were really just pushing all the way through.
So if anyone wants to go into the RNC server here, because Kira is about to make an announcement in that Discord server, so keep your eyes peeled out over there. He's going to write some stuff up. In the meantime, I want to thank you, Takeo, for taking me on a ride today. You definitely helped me stay in the loop here for RNC. I would have been completely out of it without you. So thank you very, very much for helping me out today.
Hey, it's no problem at all. I just want to thank you for the wonderful casting, because I have little experience with casting, to pretty much none. So having you here to just keep the hype and enthusiasm up was wonderful to have.
Well, thank you very much. A big thank you to Deployer as well, who deployed a wonderful set of graphics today. Of course, I don't think he's the one who made them, but he knows how to utilize them best and how to make our jobs easy and look good. So thank you very much, Deployer, and thank you very much, Kira, for everything you do in the background for RNC and every other little tournament you do in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you guys all later when it comes to Trackmania Esports, when it comes to this channel for Fastpoint Monthly and other tournaments that will be played on this channel. But for the time being, that's going to be it for me. That's going to be it for Takeo. It's going to be it for all of us. Thank you so much for coming around. We will see you all another day.